Fighting
Good morning. Welcome to the Pride Month, already 6 days old. Welcome to our conference, 6 minutes behind the schedule. But nonetheless, my name is Aidas. I will be your moderator for today. And one of the initial drafts for this conference contained the name of it, Pride and Prejudice. And I was very happy about that. I was reading some quotes from Jane Austen's novel about the strange and complicated relationship between Miss Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. But as you see, that name was dropped, and we have another one, which is probably better suited for the purposes of this conference. So I wish you a very fruitful and successful day. And we will start with welcoming speeches. And the first welcome speech is from Finland, Mrs. Laura Rissanen, Secretary of State at the Finnish Ministry of Social Security and Labour. Please.
Yeah, good morning all, and I'm the reason we are starting 6 minutes late because our flight from Finland was a bit delayed. But distinguished guests, dear advocates of equality, it's an honor to represent Finland's presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers and to open this conference on inclusive workplaces and LGBTI rights. Finland is concerned about the increasing politicization of equal rights of LGBTI people. Unfortunately, in many parts of the world, also here in Europe, hard-won gains for equality are actively rolled back. The Nordic governments are deeply worried about this growing pushback on human rights globally, here in Europe, and also within our Nordic region. Supporting gender equality and the rights of persons in vulnerable situations is now more important than ever. Some claim that equal rights infringe the rights of others, that marriage equality, comprehensive anti-discrimination policy, and the recognition of rainbow families is somehow a slippery slope. I'm here to tell you that it is indeed true, but the slope only leads to more positive outcomes, so it's a slope forward. And the Nordic countries are a good example of this development. Since the late 1980s, the Nordic countries have continuously adopted legislation to strengthen the rights of LGBTI persons. And where has this led us? Towards better and equal and just societies. We have steadily moved towards more competitive labour markets where every individual is appreciated for their skill and contribution. We have a more qualified labour force where people from diverse backgrounds and orientations can have the chance to learn and thrive. Ultimately, LGBTI inclusion is a path to sustainable growth. This should not come as a surprise. Marginalization of population groups can only lead to bad outcomes. Dear friends, as we see that especially the trans and bisexual communities in the Nordic countries are struggling disproportionately, it is obvious that also the Nordics can do better. Data shows that trans people are much more exposed to discrimination, harassment, and exclusion than the rest of the population. This results in economic vulnerability or even homelessness and other situations. So there still is room for improvement in terms of inclusivity in working life for all gender and sexual minorities. It is concerning that, according to the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, 1/3 of the Finnish LGBTI people are never open about their identity at work. 1/3, that's quite a large number. Training and education are the key measures in increasing awareness and reducing prejudice. This year in Finland, our Prime Minister's Office and the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health will organize a series of webinars to all central government employees on LGBTI rights. So we are trying to educate our own people. In Finland, the law requires employers and educational institutions to prevent discrimination based on gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. Workplaces are obliged to plan and implement measures to promote equality and non-discrimination. Dear friends, with diversity, equity and inclusion initiatives, DEI, being challenged around the world, the Nordic Council of Ministers is continuing the work to make our labour markets more inclusive. We need to examine what needs to be done, and we need to promote solutions. To conclude, if we want a prosperous, resilient society, inclusion is not the icing on top of the cake. It's the core ingredient, the basis of our democracy. It's also an existential issue for the people in question. Therefore, I and the Nordic Council of Ministers, we all call for a renewed commitment to keep pushing for progress and equal rights. And as always, we hope to work closely with our Baltic colleagues to deliver the promise. We have a long tradition of Nordic-Baltic cooperation, especially on the prevention of gender-based violence. We truly appreciate the fruitful collaboration between the Nordic and the Baltic countries. I think we are going to have a very fruitful seminar today. The topic is of utmost importance, as I've already stated. Equality is a human right, it's not an ideology. We must all keep pushing for progress. I'm really happy to be here, and I wish you all a very happy Pride.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. And another welcoming word from another Nordic country, Anna Lindboe, Mayor of Oslo. Oh, you can.
Dear friends of diversity and inclusions, it's a great pleasure for me to be here in Vilnius in the context of Baltic Pride. And I would especially like to thank LGL for the invitation to speak here today. This morning, I met with Mayor Valdas Benkunkas, and I'm happy to see that Vilnius, our sister city, is becoming more and more involved in the Pride celebrations. Vilnius and Oslo became sister cities just after Lithuania regained independence in 1991. We have cooperated in many different topics, such as cultural heritage, education, and green urban development. On this week of celebrations, I would also like to congratulate Vilnius and its citizens for being elected the European Green Capital for 2025. In later years, our cooperation has also included human rights and therefore, naturally, LGBTQ+ rights. The support of local governments is essential, and we see in many countries that bigger cities are more progressive than the country as a whole. For instance, in Hungary, where the local government in Budapest remains a supporter of Pride. With recent changes in US policy and suspension of human rights funding globally, we are facing a challenging time. And I believe cooperating to defend and strengthen our common values is more important than ever. The Baltic Nordic family is committed to democracy, freedom of speech, equality, and human rights. Celebrating and supporting Pride is an expression of that commitment. To be able to love who you want is a basic human right. It is that simple. The Pride movement is in many ways a huge success story. But Oslo and Vilnius can do more to improve the lives of our citizens. And naturally, I can only speak on behalf of my city. Our ambition for Oslo is for the city to truly be a city for everyone, regardless of ethnic background, religious beliefs, sexuality, gender identity, or disabilities. Oslo is a diverse city with residents from all corners of the world. Ethnic minorities make up 1/3 of the city's population, and 1 in 5 is disabled in varying degrees, and 1 in 10 has a LGBTQ+ identity. I'm traveling to Vilnius with a representative of the opposition in the City Council of Oslo, Mansour, sitting over there. because we stand united in our ambition for Oslo to be a rainbow city. Our city council support for diversity policies and LGBTQ+ rights has been consistent across all political parties, from left to right, for the last 2 decades. And in May this year, we proudly opened Pride House in the heart of Oslo, a space dedicated to celebrating Pride, not just for one weekend, but all year round. And the Pride House was made possible with support from the Oslo city government. It's a house of love, inclusion, and visibility for the entire LGBTQ+ community. Each June, the city of Oslo proudly supports Oslo Pride, participating in seminars, e-learning programs, and vibrant celebrations adorned with rainbow flags at schools and workplaces. The iconic rainbow flag also flies high at the City Hall, symbolizing our commitment to equality. For several years, the City of Oslo has had an action plan guiding our work on LGBTQ+ inclusion. This also includes promoting an inclusive workplace for everyone. In November 23, the City Council approved our new action plan, Proud and Free, and all parties from left to right supported this strategy. This action plan focuses on 3 key strategies: training municipal employees to increase competence in diversity, targeting protection against discrimination, and promoting visibility and celebrating diversity. Hence, I am honored to attend today's conference, which highlights these very principles of diversity, equality, and inclusion, alongside the need for sustainable, locally driven inclusion efforts. This is highly relevant in Norway as well, and we encourage top leadership in our city to recognize diversity as a valuable resource. Intolerance and discrimination have far-reaching consequences. They harm individuals who are denied access to work, education, housing, and social opportunities. Moreover, they negatively impact municipalities by reducing the reach and efficiency of public services. As a society, we cannot afford to misuse our valuable human resources in this way. Embracing diversity makes sense also from an economic perspective. Dear friends, you have a very exciting program ahead of you today at this conference. And I look very much forward to walking in tomorrow's March for Equality with all of you, together also with my family that's coming from Norway to attend the parade tomorrow. And dear friends, remember, nobody is free until everybody is free. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you. And you mentioned your sister city, so now welcoming words will be coming from this sister city and host city on this conference, Vilnius. Vilnius Vice Mayor, Mr. Vytautas Mitalas, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear friends. First of all, warm welcome to Vilnius. Warm welcome to Vilnius. Yeah, that was what I was looking for. Yeah, and it's my great pleasure to greet you all of here in Vilnius, city of freedom, and green capital of Europe, city of hot air balloons, and city of pink cold soup. Pink. So congratulations to all of you who care about human rights and everyone's freedom to be themselves. In my heart and in reality, Vilnius really is a modern city that is boldly taking the path to an open Europe. the city's participation in various international initiatives, support for Ukraine, and its active involvement in European Union policy reinforce the capital's image as a symbol of Western spirit in Eastern Europe. Moreover, Vilnius stands out from other Lithuanian cities for its unwavering support in spirit of openness to all and its active defense of human rights. From the city's point of view, it's not only just, it's just, but not only just. It's very rational. It's very rational to be open and to attract as many people as possible, regardless of anything. The most dynamic, we are proud that we are most dynamic city in the region. The most expanding city, we are proud that we are the most expanding city in the region. All of these compliments would be nothing if we would not defend human rights and if we would not defend that everyone has its right to coexist peacefully here in Vilnius. We must ensure that it is our strive in Vilnius City Municipality, and moreover, not only in Vilnius City Municipality, that everyone feels safe and welcomed here. Unfortunately, in Lithuania, Baltic Pride is not only a celebration, but also an important reminder about the never-ending struggle for what I would call a basic human right. Everyone should feel safe and free to start a family and not tremble in fear because of basic desire to legitimize a relationship with their partner. In the areas of inheritance, healthcare, and other areas, same-sex couples still have no legal guarantees in Lithuania. Many young promising people have no human rights because of Lithuania's stagnation. Some of them, sadly, already have left Lithuania, and others are still waiting for their rights finally to be acknowledged. I have met many such people in my way, and I feel obliged to them as well. And there's no telling how much longer they are willing to wait. I certainly do hope that Vilnius City's example and municipality's efforts could inspire, could lead us the way forward to move in this direction. Let us take an example of our beloved neighbors, Latvia and Estonia. They already in Latvia and Estonia, LGBTQ+ community is already free to legalize their relationship and become full members of society. Until this happens, there's no doubt we will not stop fighting, whether at the city or national policy level. Today and tomorrow, let's celebrate freedom, openness, and human rights. It will be my distinguished pleasure to march along with you tomorrow. We will see you tomorrow. Happy Pride.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And now moving on with the list of welcoming speeches, I would like now to call upon Dr. Erika Leonaitė from Lithuanian Office of Ombudsman. Ombudsperson, sorry.
Thank you so much. Dear colleagues and friends, if I may, it is such an honor to be here before you, and it's so wonderful to see such a large international community gathered here today and to talk about the inclusiveness of LGBTIQ+ people. Actually, I'd like to start by recalling the words of Adrienne Rich. She wrote that when those who have the power to name and construct reality choose not to see or hear you, eventually you feel as if you were looking into a mirror and you no longer see yourself. To be seen in our society is to exist, because in the end, none of us exists in isolation. Our environment both opens opportunities for us and at the same time draws lines around us. Organizations as employers are the very structures that have their power to say LGBTIQ+ people are here, they are our employees, and it matters for us how they feel. And it matters for us that they are among us, and they want to create safe space for them. During Pride Month, there are many such examples. Tomorrow, during the Pride March, we will see teams from various organizations marching, buses decorated with logos and balloons, and so on. But it is so crucial that these initiatives do not end with the Pride Month, that they continue throughout the entire year, and most importantly, they become an inalienable part of the internal culture of organizations. Often, exclusions and disparities can arise unintentionally when organizations apply practices that have been developed and refined over a long time. For example, offering additional benefits to new parents. Of course, this is so welcome, but then it is worth reviewing these conditions to ensure that equivalent benefits are also available to employees in same-sex couples, even though they are not officially recognized and registered as child's parents in documents, and therefore receive no guarantees from the state. Speaking of transgender employees, it can make a great deal for them to have gender-neutral restrooms or to be able to introduce themselves to colleagues using their chosen names and pronouns, regardless of whether or not their identity documents have been changed. Measures like equal opportunity plans can help implement positive changes proactively. And that is very important. It is not necessary to wait until a problem arises before someone demands for their rights, because data from the European Union Agency of Fundamental Rights from their last year survey showed that 70% of respondents over the past 5 years at work have concealed or tried to mask their identity. In Lithuania, that figure is as high as 83%. So we had 1/3, and in Lithuania it's 83%, which is, I think, really shocking. So it is really important for us as employers to initiate changes guided by the idea that we might not even know that LGBTIQ people exist within our workplaces and that they really need for certain measures to be taken. And these are exactly the values of the new generation of employers, and some of the organizations represented in this room today already serve as excellent examples for other employers, both in terms of their internal policies and their efforts to educate employees about different sexual orientations and gender identities. You are also contributing to creating a safer and more welcoming country for LGBTIQ+ people. And quite often, and actually very often, you do what for now the state itself has not done. Thank you so much for that, and happy Pride.
Thank you very much. And now, last but one speaker, welcoming speech, Mr. Torsten Afflerbach from the Council of Europe.
Dear Chair, distinguished State Secretary, Mayor of Oslo, Vice Mayor of Vilnius, Head of the Ombudsperson's Office, Executive Director of the Lithuanian Gay League. Dear Europeans, it's an honor and a great pleasure for me to participate in this opening of this important Baltic Pride conference on behalf of the Council of Europe, an organization which Lithuania joined already in 1993, long before it joined the European Union. The theme that brings us together, fostering inclusive workplaces amid changing times, speaks to the essential role that work plays in enabling people to live with dignity and contribute to the communities they form part of. We are living through a period that presents profound challenges to the respect for human rights, not only, but particularly, concerning LGBTI persons. Across Europe and beyond, we are witnessing attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and initiatives at the workplace and in training or educational settings. In some member states, the hard-fought human rights protection of LGBTI persons is being rolled back. Access to legal gender recognition for trans persons and their access to trans-specific healthcare are being undermined. Hate speech and hate crime on the grounds of Sochi-esque are on the rise. In this context, the Council of Europe, with its 46 member states, stands firm as a guardian of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. These are not just abstract ideals. They are the foundation of a just and prosperous society. We pursue this mission with conviction and perseverance through our strategic triangle of standard setting, monitoring, and cooperation. The Council of Europe standards take many forms: conventions, treaties, recommendations, resolutions, but at the heart of them is a clear understanding that all persons, including LGBTI persons, have the right to equality and non-discrimination, as enshrined in Article 14 of the European Convention on Human Rights. The European Court of Human Rights has made it clear on numerous occasions: sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, and sex characteristics are protected grounds. In complementarity to the Human Rights Convention, the European Social Charter guarantees fundamental social and economic rights related to employment, housing, health, education, social protection, and welfare. It protects individuals against discrimination and access to employment, promotes equal opportunities and equal treatment in employment, and protection against all forms of harassment. The Council of Europe has continued to develop its standards with the changing times, from the adoption of the Committee of Ministers' recommendation on combating discrimination on the grounds of sexual orientation and gender identity already in the year 2010, and subsequent reviews of its implementation, through to the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, ECRI's General Policy Recommendation number 17 on combating intolerance and discrimination against LGBTI persons, adopted in 2023. There is progress. More countries are protecting people from discrimination based on sexual orientation and, to a lesser extent, gender identity. While in some member states trans persons are increasingly targeted, we also see public authorities issuing guidance on how to address workers and service users in a manner that is inclusive and in a manner that challenges heterosexist norms. Access to legal gender recognition, an important contributor to access to and equal treatment of trans persons in employment, is also more widespread. These good practices should be celebrated, shared, and replicated. But there is still work to do. Protection is stronger in the public sector than in the private sector. And for the self-employed, is often missing altogether. In the current political and societal context, it is essential that member states, in cooperation with the Council of Europe, continue to ensure that workplaces are welcoming and inclusive of LGBTI persons, not only for the economic benefit, the business case that comes with such an approach, but also to ensure that the human rights and the dignity of LGBTI persons are assured. To conclude, I hope that as we share ideas, we can go forward from this conference with a common purpose, that of ensuring that every workplace in Europe becomes a place where everyone, regarding of their sexual orientation, gender identity or expression or sex characteristic, is valued and able to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now for the last welcoming word from our organizer, Mr. Vladimir Simonko.
Dear colleagues, esteemed guests and friends, welcome to Vilnius and welcome to Pride for Progress Shaping Today Inclusive Workplace, the international conference that proudly opened the core program of Baltic Pride 2025. It's a great honor for me, both personally and as Executive Director of National LGBT rights organization LGL, to see so many diverse participants, activists, corporate leaders, public servants, researchers, and allies gathering here in one room with shared purpose to shape a world of work that is truly inclusive. This conference comes at a time when workplace inclusion in both urgently needed and increasingly challenged across Europe. Many diversity, equity, and inclusion DEA initiative face uncertainty. Political shift, disinformation, and shrinking international support make it more difficult and uphold the basic principle that every person deserves dignity and opportunity, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression. In Lithuania, we are at a pivotal moment. For 15 years, the so-called protection of minors law restricted the open discussion of LGBTI topics in education and media. That law has now been repealed. And with this repeal come both an opportunity and responsibility to rebuild inclusive education and workplace culture that reflects the values of democratic and diverse society. This conference is a space to do just that. Together, we will explore practical steps for inclusive leadership in complex political context, responsible use of AI in the workplace, pathway for LGBTIQ youth employment, and transformation of education system as a foundation for long-term changes. We will hear from leaders, policymakers, and business professionals who are not only advocating for inclusion, but living it and leading it. I want to thank our partners, Johnson Matthey, Swedbank, Vilnius City Municipality, the Nordic Council of Ministry of Office in Lithuania, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, Danske Bank, Strategic Staffing Solution, and European Union, IGLIA, and other very good partners. Your commitment to equality and inclusion, it's not only appreciated, it's essential. This partnership reminds us that progress happens when civil society, business, institutions work together with shared purpose. Let me end with this. In today's world, security and human rights are not separate struggles. Just as countries must work together to defend peace, we must also work together to defend dignity, inclusion, and equality. Human rights are not optional. They are essential. And workplace, just like democracy, must be built to include everyone. Thank you for being here. Let this conference be more than a conversation. Let's shape workplace and societies that truly reflect the richness and reality of who we are. Thank you and welcome to Baltic Pride 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I took the time, and actually it was 42 minutes into this conference when the first person mentioned AI. And it's quite unusual in our time since this is a topic often discussed. And by the way, I never expected AI also to be a topic of our keynote presentation. So now we will have our keynote presentation, and I would like to invite Professor Postma.
Good morning, everyone. I would first like to start with thanking the organizers of the event for the invitation and for the honor to talk to you today about our research and our findings with respect to the use of AI and the bias in AI. Just yesterday, a friend of mine from Prague Pride sent me a link to this article in The Atlantic. Maybe you have seen it. It's a report, an early report, on the Trump administration spending $2 million to figure out whether the policies of diversity, equity, and inclusion caused planes to crash. The finding that's reported in the article is that that was actually not the case. So these $2 million probably could have been spent better on, for example, supporting people who work in navigation and who direct planes not to crash to receive the psychological help that they need in certain circumstances, or to invest more in a better infrastructure. Now, this is of course not an isolated case. This is not an accident. We see that the impact of Project 2025 in the US, but also in some European countries, on measures that have to do with DEI policies has been rather great and somewhat bigger than we were hoping. For those of you who took, unfortunately, the time to read through this huge amount of information in Project 2025, you would find passages like these. Sex is properly understood as a fixed biological factor, which is of course not true. The CDC, the Center for Disease Control, should immediately end its collection of data on gender identity, which legitimizes the unscientific notion that men can become women and vice versa. Project 2025. These are just a few examples out of many on how the agenda of Project 2025, which has both roots and tentacles in many European countries, attacks the rights of the LGBTQ+ community. This has led the president and CEO of GLAAD, Sarah Kate Ellis, to state in an interview that Project 2025 is a vehicle of disinformation against LGBTQ people. The Global Project Against Hate and Extremism reports that Project 2025 and its leaders make multiple, demonstrably untrue claims about LGBTQ people, families, and our marriages. How is this related to AI, you may be asking? You were hoping for some technological information. It is actually. Because in relation to the Project 2025 agenda, the US administration banned words. They banned words from governmental websites, from official information documents, and they also banned these from research agendas, from projects, from research articles. So this has a really big impact also on our work as researchers. Here you see a list of the words that have been banned. These are words like sex, sexual preferences, sexuality, diversity, and others. A New York Times analysis of pages on federal agency websites before and after President Trump took office found that more than 225 contained evidence of deletions and amendments to words included in the list. And here you see an example. It's a funny example because it's an example that's actually addressing diversity issues. Before the 1960s, almost everything about living openly as lesbian, gay, bisexual person was illegal, and here the words transgender or queer were scrapped. Now, why does banning words matter for artificial intelligence technology? It's because these are the words that feed large language models that are at the core of chatbot technology that has been taking over our lives in the last few years, both our personal lives and our professional lives. At the moment, there are many, many large language models that are trained or huge amounts of data on the internet. We use these models, we use this technology to ask questions that we used to ask to the internet. So previously, we would type in a query into a search engine, our preferred search engine, and the query would result in a list of websites, and we would maybe select the top ones or the sources that we considered to be trustworthy, but it would be our choice. What we do now is we ask a question to a chatbot. We actually give a chatbot more tasks than just answering questions. I've heard many politicians starting their speech saying, a part of the speech was written by a chatbot. I've heard people saying, I actually use a chatbot to generate text for me, to help me generate text. I use them to help me create presentations. Currently, these chatbots can actually already issue commands to other technology that's online because we have become so digitalized that a large language model can be trained to create Excel sheets, analyze data, introduce policies, and implement the policies. Anthropic, which is one of the big tech companies in the US, have even trained their chatbot to deny the user access to the system that they're using if they are involved in activities that the chatbot considers not to be moral. And if you ask a question to a chatbot, a very simple one, how many genders are there? And I did that very recently. Then you actually get different answers. And some of these answers indicate, for instance, from ChatGPT, which at least in the Netherlands is one of the most popular ones, that the number of genders depends on the content. And different fields and societies recognize different answers. Number one, biological sex, typically binary. I've included some other examples of Mistral, which is a chatbot that's based on a large language model that was created in France, Claude, which is the chatbot from Anthropic, and Perplexity, which actually lists its sources. So it's one that's often used by researchers. All of these are based on large language models that were trained on vast amounts of data, text data. And they are just that, they are language models. They are not reasoning machines. They are, of course, used in that way, and they are trained to support reasoning, but they are language models. So they're based on words, words that can be found online. They generate human-like language, and they use deep learning techniques, specifically the transformer architectures, to process and produce by predicting what words or tokens should come next. So they're predictive machines. They're language models that are predictive. And here you have some examples. The GPT series, so ChatGPT that you just saw, by OpenAI, Claude by Anthropic, Gemini by Google, Llama by Meta, Palm by Google, and Chinchilla by DeepMind. And I invite you to think about these companies and the people who are associated with these companies and the relation of big tech to administrations that are involved in implementing Project 2025. Now, these large language models are trained in two main phases. The first phase is the pre-training, which happens automatically on the billions of words that can be found online, from books, from websites, from articles, and then they're fine-tuned. And currently the most successful technique to fine-tune these models, to align them with what we think or what the maker thinks are our values, is by human feedback. So we think that these large language models are fully automatic, but actually there is a human element involved in the fine-tuning of these models. And I think that's also a call to action, or there is an implicit call to action here. When I said that words matter, there are other reasons to think that words matter with respect to the large language models that are currently becoming so influential in our lives. In 2023, Visionum, which is a French agency, analyzed the activity of a network of information portals that were disseminating pro-Russian content. Now, all these portals somehow had the word Pravda in their link, which is ironic because that, of course, means truth. And what was very funny about them, very specific about them, is that they were creating or they were disseminating texts that were not very clearly intended for human readers. So, for instance, when you would go to the website, it would be very difficult to scroll down on the website. The texts were very bad texts, so information would be repeated. They were not well written. Just last month, University of Lund came out with a report, a very extensive report about this network, and I invite everybody who's interested in this information to read that report because it's very insightful. Now, the estimate is that in a year, there are between 4 to 8 million of texts that are created by this network and that are placed online. And these are texts that are basically disseminating, that are feeding information into large language models. That's their purpose. That's the estimate that that's the purpose. And this is called LLM grooming. NewsGuard, which is an agency that estimates the trustworthiness of online sources, also started to bring out estimates of trustworthiness for chatbots. And they do this by month, and it's interesting to read that in their analysis of 11 leading models for generative AI, for these large language models, the average percentage of chatbot output that contains misinformation or a non-response, which in some cases might also lead to misinformation, is between 40 to 60%. So that's a very high percentage. In a research project that we conducted with partners in Czech Republic last year, Project Search Guardian, we analyzed information that's online that can be found through search engines in 8 different European countries. Unfortunately, the Baltics was not included yet, or the Scandinavian countries, but we're looking into that in the next phase. Now, we analyzed 5 search engines in 8 countries for 54 days, and these 8 countries included 4 West European countries and 4 countries from the former Eastern Bloc. And we created a corpus of nearly 180,000 interactions with these search engines, which were automatized. This resulted in about 1.5 million of search page results, and we identified 30,000 unique web domains. This is a pretty unique database that we're now mining. And why it's interesting is because we focus on the topic of LGBTQ queries. We asked ourselves, if there is somebody who's searching online for information about LGBTQ, and they type in different queries, and these queries can be neutral, but they can also be biased, because people can also read things in the news, or they can hear things, on online media. What happens when they type in these queries? What kind of information do they get? And we focused on categories like gender. So, for instance, topics that that are related to traditional or other genders, homo and transphobia. So we used keywords like 76 genders, which I'm sure you recognized, for kind of biased queries. We also looked at things like same-sex parenthood, surrogate motherhood, and LGBT. J.K. Rowling. We also included some names of individuals. And what we did with these queries is we looked for trustworthiness of the sources that were using these queries. And we found that even though you may not get this information when you go on Google or Bing and you look at the top pages that are presented to you, these are actually filtered, and they're filtered quite well so far. If you go to other search engines that do not do this filtering, like Mojik or Yandex, which is of course also quite biased, and you type in something like LGBT indoctrinating children, the top pages that you will get are all disinformation pages. So there is a lot of biasing information out there, and this biasing information goes into the large language models that we have become so accustomed to. Large language models also have advantages, so I'm not anti-AI technology, but they have advantages when they are used in the right way. And here's an example of something that we have been trying out in another research project, where we use the language models for what they were intended, namely to analyze language. What we do is we take, we scrape social media and we scrape web domains, and we ask these models through a pipeline that we constructed to analyze the content for manipulative narratives. And manipulative narratives are also often quite subtle. On the one hand, disinformation is spread in a kind of blunt way, counting on our cognitive system considering something to be more likely to be true if we're presented to it frequently. So it's kind of a stupid disinformation. This works. It's just because our brains are not created to look for truth, but rather to look for a fast processing of information in the world. But there is also more subtle information or disinformation that's being spread through messages that quote statistics, that appear to be objective, but are actually not really objective. And for that, it's very nice to use the large language models to help us detect the primary narrative in the message, to also detect emotions in the message and how the emotions support this narrative. This is a very culturally dependent analysis that we now do for several languages, and we work together with cultural specialists who can help us situate narratives in different countries. And why it's important is in relation to pre-bunking, because we know that once this information is out there, it's very difficult to rectify it, to correct it. Now, I want to finish the presentation about AI with a topic that is relatively new, but that is also gaining ground. And that is the use of artificial personas to conduct tasks that are otherwise expensive or take a long time if they are conducted by human participants. I'm sure all of us have participated in user surveys in the past. We are asked to give our opinion about a product, maybe about a governmental website, maybe about a brochure, or we are just asked to share our opinions about a political party or a political decision. This is a lengthy procedure and one that takes a long time. So there's a growing amount of companies that are offering services to use synthetic humans for that purpose. And these synthetic humans are, of course, again, based on the large language model technology. So it's user research without the users. This is actually a screenshot from one of these companies. It sounds absurd, but that is what's going on. And in order for these synthetic users to be representative, they need to be trained to represent a specific part of the population. Now, what's difficult is that the information that's included in the large language models about social identities, like gender and race, is stereotypical and non-inclusive. So that means that we're kind of getting in a loop where we are no longer involved in presenting the right information, sharing the right information with people who are in decision-making positions. Even things like in-group representation are becoming difficult once AI is communicating with AI in order to make decisions in the real world. So that's the call to action. I think that what is needed is not just research on these topics. What we need are more representatives from the community in technical fields who would be contributing to training these models in the right way. That's my conclusion. AI has a lot of benefits, no doubt, but it has a lot of applications that might be discriminatory. And I've showed you a few. The development and the deployment of AI systems needs to be fair, and it needs to ensure that there is equal representation also in this stage. And we need to be all careful with respect to potential bias and inclusive or non-inclusive development practices. Thank you for listening. And of course, I'm not doing this on my own, so I'm also thanking my collaborators and the institutions and funding agencies that have been involved in this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are running behind the schedule, but nonetheless, should we have a question for Professor from the audience? Yes, we have one question. So one question only.
Hi, my name is Catalina. I work in Swedish Ukrainian LGBTQI+ project. My question is, we are facing for a couple of years in Ukraine a hard information war. I know that Russian government invests a lot of billions of oil money in spreading and changing basically narratives, trying to reshape it through AI technologies. My main question is, how can we protect ourselves from this?
Yeah. I think that it's important to become independent of the big tech technology, to make sure that we use language models that are open source and open weight, that have been trained on data that we guarantee is unbiased, and that the human feedback for the reinforcement learning for the second phase of the training of these models is representative for the groups groups that need to be represented. I think that's the only way. Yeah, we cannot trust the technology blindly, and we cannot fall for it just because it's efficient. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And as I said, we are running behind the schedule, but no worries, we will manage to accommodate everyone. So for the next speaker, I'd like to call Austėja Račaitė about evolving identities.
Okay, hi everyone. That's going to be a tough one to follow, but I'll do my best. And I know that I only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to try to fit as much as possible into these 15 minutes. So let's start. The title is, of course, Evolving Identities, the Gender Spectrum and Corporate Inclusivity, because I am for corporate, so I have to talk a little bit about corporate. So, before I dive into that, a little bit about myself. My name is Austėja. I use they, them pronouns in English, and in Lithuanian, I use a mix of yes and ye, because we don't have gender-neutral pronouns in Lithuanian, sadly. I am also the Rainbow Network Lithuania chair in Danske Bank, which is an organization within Danske Bank that is basically for LGBTQ+ rights. I'm also the Global Rainbow Network Learning Community Coordinator for Inclusive Language. A handful of words. I hope they make sense to you. And if that's not enough, I also have a degree in psychology, and I've been an LGBTQ+ rights activist since 2016. And now that you know a little bit about me, let's take a look at what we're actually going to be talking about today. Now, we'll talk a little bit about identity and gender as a concept, then about the role of gender at work, and then finally some actionable tips for corporate allies. And of course, if you're not in corporate, you can still use these tips. So without further ado, let's begin. Right, to really understand what gender is, I like to begin from what identity is, because gender is about a feeling. So when we're talking about identity, that is ultimately a combination of traits that makes you who you are. That's your sense of self, and it includes, physical characteristics, it includes psychological traits, interpersonal traits. So it's about you, it's about how you see yourself, about your relationship to others. It also includes things like your body sensations, your body image, your goals, your expectations, your values, your memories. Everything that you've experienced makes you who you are. So then if we're looking at gender identity, I think the second word already makes it a little bit clearer of what it's about, and that it is about a sense of your own gender. So again, it's a feeling, it's how you understand yourself. And now I've also included a chart because, as I said, corporate, so I feel like I can express myself a little bit better through charts, and this is just a very kind of crude example of what a person's identity might be like. So, someone might be someone's identity might be made up out of, the fact that they're an animal rights activist, a gardener, a Latvian, a Christian, a jazz lover, a woman, a dentist, a bisexual, a mother, and so on and so on. Of course, this is, as I said, very, very simplified, but you can imagine yourself of what your identity might look like, and does gender come into that? And then, when we're talking about gender, we've already heard some of these terms said throughout this conference already. And I think that we have three main concepts that you need to understand to be able to really talk about this. And that's sex or biological sex, gender or gender identity, and then gender expression. So let's begin with sex. That is what most people think about when they think about gender. But sex is really about the biological or physical traits. So that's your genitalia, your hormones, your chromosomes. Sex is quite rigid. It's difficult to change, not impossible, because we do have hormone replacement therapy, we have sex change operations. So it is possible to change, but since it's all about the body, it's a little bit difficult. Then we take a look at gender. Now, as I already mentioned, gender is about a feeling. So gender is self-identified. Now, does that mean that your sex has to match your gender? Of course not. Take myself, for example, right? When I was born, the doctor said, congratulations, it's a girl. And then 20-something years later, I was like, you know what? Actually, no. Actually, I feel more non-binary than a woman. And that means that my gender is different from my sex, because what I feel inside about what matches my identity best really isn't about being a woman. And then we also have gender expression. And I wanted to also include this concept because very often when we're talking about gender, people start talking about, okay, so if you're non-binary, does that mean that you like, both wear, skirts and pants? And of course, yeah, but that's not quite about it. Because if gender is a feeling, then gender expression is how you express that feeling. And you can express other parts of your identity as well. So think about, if you identify as a mother, how do you express that? How do you talk about yourself? Is there a way that you hold yourself, perhaps even? When we're talking about gender expression, it's about your clothes, your hair, maybe the tattoos that you choose to get. It's about the pronouns you use. It's about the name that you choose for yourself if you choose to change your name. It might even be about the profession you choose, about your hobbies, and so on and so on. So I hope that this gives a very, very kind of brief introduction of these three main concepts, and then we can really drive more into the gender. Well, first, let's talk about the gender binary, because that's what we're used to talking about. Because most of us grew up knowing that, there's a man and a woman, and that's it, right? No questions asked there. You are what you were born as. However, I would say that we can take these two concepts and just, instead of having these as two separate boxes, make it into a spectrum. That way, we're still keeping the concept that we're used to, but we're kind of changing the way that we're looking at it. So that instead of, your only two options being either a man or a woman, now suddenly it's a lot more fluid. You can be, again, corporate, bank, I like numbers. You can be 30% man and 70% woman, or maybe you can be 50-50. And of course, this is quite a simple way of looking at the gender spectrum, and I could really go on and on and on, and have three different axes, but sadly I only have 15 minutes, so we're gonna have to stick with this. But I'm hoping that you can think a little bit about where you yourself would be in this gender spectrum. You can still be at 100% man or 100% woman, but maybe you're slightly to the side. Maybe you're more to the center. And I just encourage you to really consider that, because I can assume, or I want to assume, that many of you have not thought about your gender. Or if you have, then congratulations, you're a lot more progressive than the majority of Lithuania. So that's about gender and gender identity. And then we can talk about, is gender relevant at work, right? Because corporate, and I keep saying that, but I did want to say that. Because we often have this, this question of okay, but you can be whoever you want, but why bring it up at work? And I'm gonna try to answer that. So the main question is gender relevant at work? And of course, short answer is yes. And I have three questions that are hopefully going to help me answer that a little bit further. So first of all, can we separate our identity from our work? To some extent, yes. I think that there are quite a few of us that really strive to have our personal lives different from our professional lives, but some parts of our identity are simply so deeply ingrained into who we are that it's nearly impossible. And gender might just be one of them, because gender is this very kind of deeply felt inherent sense of being, a man, a woman, or non-binary, or trans, or there's about a million other terms for that. So ultimately, it might just be impossible to separate your gender from yourself at work, which of course then makes gender relevant. Secondly, do we all have equal opportunities? And here, let's step back into those comfortable boxes that we're used to. Do women and men have equal opportunities? Not quite. It's definitely getting so much better, but still, it's not at 100% equal rights or equal opportunities. So what happens when we put trans people into the mix or non-binary people into the mix? I mean, the chaos, the new biases and the new stereotypes and the new fear even. So of course, if by just being non-binary you're rejected from an application to a job, of course it's relevant. And then finally, can diversity or can gender diversity bring benefit to the company? Because we're all about the benefit. We want to make the most money possible, right? Ultimately, diversity can bring something good for your company as well. I like to talk about problem solving when I'm talking about this point specifically, because if you have a problem and you have two different groups trying to solve it, you have, say, one group of people who are about from the same background, the same age, they're the same race, the same gender, all that, they're probably going to have a very similar look to that problem, and they're only going to come up with one, maybe two solutions. However, if you take people from different backgrounds, of different genders, of different ages, they're going to have grown up in different ways. So they're going to have different experiences that shape who they are. And they're going to look at the same problem and they're going to solve it differently. What that means is that you ultimately can choose between different problem solutions and maybe choose the best one. So that's about that. And then I also really like talking about the difference between tolerance, acceptance, and inclusion, because we're talking about what we're trying to aim for. And I look at tolerance, acceptance, and inclusion as these kind of steps. So first you have tolerance, where you see someone different and you just go like, okay, you're there, I'm not gonna hate crime you, but I'm not really gonna do anything else either. And that's that. You just leave it at that, literally just tolerating the person. But then you can take one step further. You can try to aim for acceptance, where you see a person who's different and you maybe ask them about the differences. You try to understand them a little bit better, but again, you just understand them, you accept them, you're cool with them being there, but you don't really do anything else. So then what comes next, of course, is inclusion. And inclusion, the beautiful thing about inclusion is that it is proactive. So you see someone different, you understand their differences, you talk to them, and then you think, so that person is different from me, and that maybe makes their life a little bit more difficult than mine. Is there something I can do in my environment to make life easier, to make it a little bit more equal? And that is, of course, inclusion. So I hope that you all want to be inclusive. And I'm going to give you a few tips of what you can actually do. Of course, we're going into actionable tips. So I have 6 main tips here, and I'm going to quickly run through them all. So the first step is ask, don't assume. And that is relevant when talking about gender, when talking about pronouns, when talking about someone's sexual orientation, marital status, do they have kids, even their religion or anything like that. Because we're so used to seeing a person and then putting them into a box. That's it. So how about notice when you do that, and try to just ask instead of instantly assuming something about a person. Next, be curious. And to those who came to this event live, or to those who are listening online, you're already being curious, and then you're taking that step towards inclusion, towards being more inclusive. So ask your questions, try to read about the things that are interesting for you, things that you don't understand, and just be curious. Then I would say notice biases, and I've added your into parentheses because the first step is noticing your own biases and noticing when you put those people into boxes. And maybe you treat people differently based on maybe even their skin color, or maybe whether they have tattoos, or maybe the haircut that they have, or anything like that. Notice that in yourself, And then the next step would be noticing those biases in other people and daring to really step up and say, hey, maybe you're wrong about that person. I know it's scary, I know it's difficult, but if you take that step, you're really becoming like a very, very inclusive, very proactive ally. Then using diverse illustrations is also something that I think many of us can do. Whether you're creating slides, whether you're creating job ads, any kind of posts, you're using any kind of visuals, or even examples. Notice what examples you use, or notice what photos you use. Are they all of white, straight couples? Then maybe it's time to change something. Think about the different races that you can use for examples of people that you're talking about. Different religions, different hobbies, or anything like that. The more diverse you are, the more it is likely that a person listening to your people or a person seeing you is going to feel seen. Then, of course, display your pronouns where possible in social media, in Teams. This is an example from Danske Bank. We do have that option to display our pronouns in Teams, in Outlook, in our signatures. And what that does is, again, shows that you are a safe person to really talk about that or even to say what your pronouns are. It's not about, okay, yeah, I'm a cis woman and I'm going to show that my pronouns are she, her because people might not know. Not quite about that. It's really more about showing that you know what pronouns are at all, and that someone can come up to you and say, hey, actually, I use they, them pronouns, and they're going to feel a lot more understood and a lot more safe. And finally, use gender-neutral language where possible. If we're talking about Lithuanian, it's a lot more difficult. In Lithuanian, it's about avoiding, the majority of words because there's just so many gendered words. You can do that, but it's going to be difficult. So when we're talking about English, of course, it's a lot easier because in English you have they, them pronouns, and you can just say that instead of saying he or she, just say they. It's even quicker. you're saving time. Instead of wife or husband, say spouse. Instead of boyfriend, girlfriend, say partner. Or even instead of saying, I'm going to go away from gender here a bit, but even instead of saying Merry Christmas, say Happy Holidays. That's more inclusive. And then finally, what I want to leave you with, because I know that people are so scared of misgendering someone, I have 4 steps of what to do if you do misgender someone. It's very easy, very easy. You say sorry, you correct yourself, and then you continue the conversation. That's basically it. The 4th step is kind of an additional one, respect privacy, because not everyone is going to want to answer all of your questions about, oh, when did you understand that? Or what's in your pants, right? Respect people's privacy. And that is that for me today. I encourage you to, let's connect on LinkedIn if you want to talk a little bit more. I am very happy to answer questions. I am an open book.
Thank you very much. I have one question from myself. Can we summarize all this presentation to one short English word? Civility.
Of course. I didn't even need 50 minutes.
If there are no more questions, I'm very obliged to you since we're running behind the schedule and would like to move into our panel discussion. Thank you very much, Ustaya.
Of course, thank you.
So now I'd like to call other participants of our discussion. That's Cindy, that's Mindaugas, that's Mariana, and that's Christoph to join me here on stage. Hi, we will probably have chairs moved quite soon. So yeah, five chairs in all. I'll be sitting. Yeah, microphones. Yeah, mics will be brought here in a moment. No. We don't need this. Just handheld mics. It will be enough. Absolutely. Since it will take for ages to put on headsets. Okay, guys, and while mics are being brought here, I'll just shortly say that our discussion is from commitment to action, corporate DEI and pride leadership. And I'd like to start with a philosophical question to all of you. There is one viewpoint that the sole purpose of business is generate value for shareholders by solving problems that people have. And there are others who say that no, businesses as other organizations, they are part of societies and they should reflect what societies feel and participate in solving other issues than just generating profit. So what's your take on that? Question to all of you.
All right, shall I start? So, hi everyone. So, I'm Christophe Margen. I'm a board member of the European Pride Business Network. So, we are an NGO. Maybe I'll talk later about APBN, but just to start with an introduction, for us, without diversity, then you have no economical performance, because diversity and inclusion is not just a question of human rights. It's obviously also a question of performance and competitiveness. So really our organization and the different members of APBN, we really believe in businesses, in performance, and that you cannot have long-term performance if you don't reach inclusion and diversity.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I think, I will say it really depends also on the business. You may have, when you talk about shareholder value, if it's a listed company and is heavily depending on the funding of investors, you will always have an outcome that will drive shareholder value. If it's a private equity, it will be much more mission driven. But overall, I think the responsibility of a business is what is the mission that you're accomplishing within the societies and in the countries where you operate. You also have that responsibility to make sure that in societies where you're operating, you need to be responsible as a partner. I would say then yet again, there's another aspect of it, the political aspect of it. If you're operating in a political environment where it's a democracy or an autocracy or a theocracy, that will define as well a lot of the policies that you make. Johnson Matthey operates in many diverse regions, and that has an impact, of course. So I can tell you that in Lithuania, we, of course, strive very much for diversity, equity, and inclusion, whilst our mission is still continue to the transition in carbon net zero and the energy transition, cleaning the air. We have a number of products that are related to how the planet is going to be sustainable. But we also operate in Saudi Arabia, where we cannot be so open about D&I. And we have a big office in the US where in the last few months we had to scrap our heads around what are we going to do next. So all those have an implication on how you're going to be perceived by the public. Yet what doesn't change is your principles and the values that you're being driven for. So you will adapt to make sure that you don't put anybody at danger. As I mentioned, in some countries it's ironically illegal to be yourself. In some countries you may get arrested or you may be framed. So you have to adapt your policies around that, but your principles of being inclusive does not change.
Mm-hmm. By the way, before we will move to another answer, I would like to remind you that I wouldn't like this discussion to be only among ourselves. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. I will notice you and you can ask our panel participants anything you want. So, Mindaugas.
Hello. Me coming from the HR field, I believe that we as the companies, we play a vital role in the society. Because, for example, if you take the Swedbank as the employer, we have 2,500 employees. So it's very important what kind of values you set into the organization, because end of the day, those people, they go to their families, to their friends, to the society, and they set certain strengths. So that's why for us it's very important that, the values we have in the organization, that we try to share among our employees. And, end of the day, of course, when you have the inclusive environment, when you have the environment where everyone can be the best yourself, also it gives and creates a big value for the organization. So end of the day, it has the correlation with the business as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Cindy.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. As a business owner and a CEO, so I think that the first part of your question was, what do you think a corporation should do?
Yeah.
Right? So what we have always done is we believe that you should give back to the communities in which you take wealth from. Corporations have to be profitable, or they don't have the resources to hire, to have programs, to run support, to participate. But we believe, and have for 35 years, that one of the responsibilities of a corporation is to engage in the community, support the community, give individuals an opportunity to change their station in life. And in the history of corporations, what we find is, and it takes a long time for this to be seen, but the ones that lose sight of that are the ones that are no longer around. And so, but I believe if you have a corporation, I don't care how small it is or how large it is, you have an obligation to support the communities in which you take wealth from, and that should be part of your mission every single day.
Okay, another question then, regarding the changing environment and changing views towards inclusion and so on and so on. Businesses should be at the forefront of changes, or they should follow what emerges in academia, what emerges in NGOs, and so on and so on. So should you play safe, or should you play bold?
I think you should play to stay in business, or you don't have a business. So if S3 followed academia, we'd be out of business. It's really that simple, and that's not a disrespect of academia. It's just it's not current with how we run our business and what our customers need. So we're a business. You have to stay in business. If you don't stay in business, you can't create jobs. You can't pay people. You can't give back to your communities. Right? So sometimes the boldest thing you do doesn't seem bold to an outward-facing audience. But when you're really bold, it means you find a way to stay in business, make money, and never walk away from your values. And you have to have leadership that can recognize and pick and choose what you do and what stance you take, and when you take it, in order to continue to do that. And in our world, we have an upside-down triangle for an organization chart. We like to say, and I believe this is true, we have the only organization chart of any business that never changes. The top of our organization chart is customers, consultants, community. They are equally valued, and that's why we're in business. And every decision, I'm at the very bottom of the org chart. The S3 team that's here with me today, thank you, they're in various stages of that org chart because everything serves the top of that. So every decision we make is vetted against what is the impact to customers, consultants, and community. And sometimes those decisions are very quiet because we want to protect some combination of those entities. Sometimes they're very loud when people are disappointed that they're loud. But we never vary from what our 4 pillars are, and we never vary from supporting the top of that org chart.
Okay, thank you. Mariano, you want?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah,
I would go for bold. I think is what I identify the most with, and I'll tell you why. Not only we generate employment, as Cindy was mentioning, or generate profits, but our profits, our employment also pay taxes. And the state lives on the taxes that we are producing. Those states, in some countries, they also pay for education. So I think it is an ecosystem that we need to continuously be balancing out, and we need to continue leading. The education also heavily depends on the feedback from the businesses that need that education system to be updated. You're going to be employing the people that are coming out of the education system, universities, coding schools, whatever you want to call it, but we are in the real life, in the practice of it. And not from the theory. So you need to have that ecosystem to continue running your initiatives, your profitability, your initiatives. I do think that it's important that it's not always possible to be bold. There will be certain circumstances where you might be having to address policies, geopolitical environments, et cetera, But I do think that the aim of the business, for us to continue being responsible in society, we need to be bold and we need to be leading. Without our taxes, the state cannot run a country. and without the people running through universities, the education system, we cannot run our business. So it's a full ecosystem.
In a way, as an NGO, what we will answer is, I mean, the businesses, they need to, of course, to stick to their values. And that's the first thing that they really need to show. I mean, that it's not just nice values put on slides. But here, I mean, at EPBN, we are really on a pragmatic and moderate approach. Everyone goes with his own speed, and people, some businesses, they need to do adjustments. They need any way to comply to the law in the country they operate. So either it is in the US or in other countries, they need to do some adjustment, but they really need to stick with to their values. And so it's not, to this question, there's no like one size fits all. Yeah.
Peter, on a question, not a question, but insight, you already mentioned that inclusiveness, diversity pays off, since it makes business more profitable. But what if you are dealing with very particular demographic and you are solving problems for this very particular demographic where all the inclusivity and diversity of world will not help you? Does it mean that you should disregard it and focus on this particular your demographic, or still you would think that adding other members to your team would help to find solutions for this one particular narrow demographic?
Well, I would say, for us, in any situation, you need to promote diversity within the team, within the group. It has been said in the previous speech that if you only bring whatever the demographic issue are or situation, if you only bring the same age or the same background and so on, you'll get some ideas, but you won't get any out-of-the-box idea. You won't get any innovation, any creativity. So whatever situation is, you just need to bring different people from different background and age and origins and sexual orientation or gender identity or expression.
Regarding also, it was mentioned by speakers before, and it was mentioned already during our panel discussion, how businesses should react to the ongoing, let's say, political and societal trends. Like, I don't know, what we are observing right now in the United States. And is it just a matter of cycle? That we had one cycle, we're now entering another cycle, and we will move back again to the cycle we had before? Or is it just something more serious?
Let me reflect a little bit on the question. It is a very global question. And if we think about human rights, I think I have said it many times and I don't get tired of saying it. You cannot pick what human rights suits you best. You cannot unpick the ones that make you feel uncomfortable. Yet, as I mentioned before, you have some countries that are led by theocracy. So influencing a theocracy versus a democracy is a lot harder. You're not really going to change religion, whilst in a democracy you heavily depend on the ecosystem. It's quite different. And in an autocracy, you will also struggle quite a lot. Not as much as in a theocracy. You will still have ways for voices to come up until you make change. But I don't think there is a single answer for that. I think in our case, Johnson Matthey does appreciate the diverse voices. We are rooted in a heavy scientific community that creates products that need to make the planet better. That's our mission. We cannot exclude any form of a human being from that cycle. Otherwise, you just don't get all the ideas and all the ecosystem of idea generation to make a product effective. You need to find always a way through the leadership of the organization, because this is top-down. How are you going to be making your inclusiveness being very aware, very visible as an organization, and how do you therefore construct the policies that are going to make that happen for the people that works in your environment?
Still, putting more meat on my question, Axios, I believe, reported yesterday or on Wednesday that was a like 62% drop in support by US businesses for Pride Month. and some of the major companies like Target and others are totally removing that from it. So that's what I wanted to ask. Do you think it is just a cycle we are entering into, and we will get out after some time, or is it just how to say, a forewarning of larger global phenomenon?
Well, we need to take it this very seriously, but we should not also drop into too anxiety. I mean, there's a lot of also companies and businesses that are still funding and supporting and maintaining and amplifying their DNI. Of course, the US situation is very different, but we need to maybe to adjust the way we are dealing now with this situation in the US. But we should always of course we should not be naive, but we need to also keep to be optimist and positive on it. It's not because some companies are changing that everything will change. We recently just did a big event in Warsaw during Europe's Day, and we saw a lot of companies. There were like around 40 businesses represented, 40 multinationals, and they were still very supportive on DNI. Of course, in the US it's changing, but we need also to be more vocals. That is not only what we hear from the US that is occupying the public space. So there's also a positive note, and it's such an opportunity really for Europe to stand and to defend its values. So Europe is a unique situation just to show that there's other ways than going backwards.
Yeah, on the same positive note, I would like that people often forget that while reflecting upon these recent changes, but there are so many achievements which you cannot drive back already. The pace of change might be slowed, but you cannot drive it back since it's already assumed as a natural, as a hygiene. So that's why probably sometimes we are forgetting when reflecting upon those. Cindy, you want to add?
Well, a couple of things, and I recognize that S3 is different. We're a good-sized corporation. We're global. We've been around almost 35 years, but we also have a history of firing very large corporations as customers because they don't align with our morals. They don't align with how people should be treated. Now, in order to do that, we have to be profitable. So, the S3 team just all rolled their eyes because they hear this over and over. But when we're profitable and we run a really good business, then we can always make the right business decisions to support the top of the org chart. So part of what business has been driven away from is the ability to say, we're going to walk away from this market or this audience, or in our world, we're not going to service this customer because they don't align with what we believe a good business should do. So part of my job as CEO is to make S3's always in a place, no matter who the corporation is, that if they don't conduct themselves and treat people in the manner in which we believe they should, we don't need to sell to them, no matter how much we're selling to them at that particular point in time. And then I think, with the U.S., it's like, if we do anything really well in the U.S., it's have elections. It's its own industry. The presidential election has already started. It started before the last one finished. It did. It did. And we cycle through and we cycle through. Can we predict who's going to replace the current president? If the four of us could do that, we'd have a different business, and we would all be really close and funding a lot more things. But reality is, we go through a lot of elections. We handle them really well, and every party's individual that comes into office comes in with a different agenda. But if you look at what corporations that are successful, that have leaders with backbone, that are profitable are doing, they haven't changed what they're doing. They haven't. Now, maybe their bold decision was to say, yeah, we'll take this off the website because I don't need the feds wandering around my back office, but I haven't changed how I hire. I haven't changed what our morals are. I haven't changed what our ethics are, and I don't need to. So again, sometimes the boldest decision is the decision to say, you don't need to know my business. but you can see the outcome of my business and who I hire, what I pay them, and the type of jobs I create.
Thank you. Before giving the floor to you, one more question to me, because moving on to the same change topic. From your 15 years in HR, how this change occurred and what were stages of this? I mean, in terms of this DEI policies.
I think it's a very good question, because through the last 15 years, we see the significant change. If we can recall the first Pride that we had in Lithuania, how it was happening that, we had to put the gates or fences protecting those who are very aggressive towards LGBTQ community. Towards today, when we have a very nice and family event in the city, in the heart of the city. So the same has been reflected into the policies. I recall, 15 years ago, we just started talking about the diversity and inclusion agenda, when nowadays we have already embedded into our values, into our core policies. And I believe it's becoming kind of a business as usual. But sometimes we shouldn't forget that we kind of live in the bubble, because those big corporation, international companies, it's already kind of, it's a normal, you even don't discuss it because it became part of your business as usual. But last week I had a chance to listen to Diversity Charter. One of the topics, it was about what transgenders experience going through the interview process. Then you realize that we as the company, or some of the companies, we're really doing well. But there are so many companies that still they are at the basic and the background, where they need to fix the basics and start building this kind of common discussion, common flow for accepting those kind of topics.
Thank you. The question over here.
I want to push a bit further. So what would be your actions as the representatives of big companies to fight the effects actually of the US government and politics to order the companies that they would drop the contracts with those that have DEI policies in place? And from the information that I gathered around the EU, allegedly in some of the EU countries, even the US embassy sent out letters to the companies that have contracts with the embassies that they should drop their DEI policies in place. So the effects are bigger sometimes than we might think they already are. And I think it is important to hear whether you consider you could take any action. And my second question is about everyday actions in your companies. From the overview of the transgender rights, of the rights of transgender people in Lithuania, we gathered all kinds of experiences. They are the most horrible I would gather from the whole LGBTQI community. My concrete question is, from your companies, how many of you have processes in place for transgender people or non-binary people to change their names within the companies without changing their legal documents? Because in Lithuania it's very, very difficult. If you're married, you have to divorce, you have to get a diagnosis which would prevent you to work in certain professions, which would make you lose the right to become a guardian, and so on and so forth. So that's 2 questions from me.
So 2 questions.
So let me try to give a good answer for the first question in regards to the US. Johnson Matthey is a British company, but we do have a significant presence in the US. It's a market where we have had presence for over 5 decades, if not longer in some of the businesses. I'm not going to lie, we did have to evaluate what's going to be the impact on our business on the current administration. And we assessed that the risk was not major for us to change anything around our D&I principles. Now, it was never on the table, to the best of my knowledge, that we were going to reverse anything. It was more about how are we going to be facing the challenges within the US. There are other companies, as you rightfully pointed out. I think Vladimir was in the LGL was one of the first ones to receive a letter from the U.S. Embassy as well. So it was shocking to me when I heard that, and I thought if the companies are paying taxes, how can they be threatened by the government that they are feeding, essentially? But there are significant deals that we cannot neglect in that sense. I think if you will ask the global CEO of a corporation, Cindy will probably be better at answering that question. You have to evaluate what's going to be the impact, how many job losses is going to generate, and then you need to have to find your way around that. But I also heard, we are in a momentum that you cannot reverse all the policies that you have stand out, because you're going to, instead of having to force jobs out, you're going to lose credibility, you're going to lose the integrity of your organization, and you're going to damage the people that has worked so hard and intelligently for you. So I'm pretty sure that the companies that have been impacted by those decisions are currently evaluating the way they're going to continue protecting their employees, but I haven't heard any of those large organizations letting people go just because of who they are. I think what you have heard is just more on the surface of what we need to do to comply with the U.S. law. It is sad, and I reach out to many friends in the U.S. that are part of the community, asking them how they feel. It was tremendously hurtful for them, especially when you have been relying on those big brands to be leading the way. I have been supporting Pride through the LGL actively from giving money from the corporation since 2019. I think I can be proud of that. At that time, the company that I was representing was the first one to openly say we become the bigger sponsor. I was the first one to say we need a boss and decorate the boss with the brand, because I thought if we are paying the taxes back to the state also needs to realize that as a foreign investor, it is important for me to make sure that the diversity and inclusion is visible. Today, 3 companies later, Johnson Matthey is only a year and a half old in Lithuania, and is the second Pride that I am being the major sponsor for. And does it change anything in the way we are attracting employees? Can we measure it? I honestly don't care. What I do care about is that I need to be, my company brand needs to be visible as an inclusive company. We're not going to be measuring the impact of that sponsorship. It's much more letting everybody know it's a safe environment. You can work here. It's pretty cool and it's pretty inclusive. So I hope I answered the question to the US. It's very vague, to be honest. I think if anyone can give a straightforward answer right now in this environment, it's very challenging. And I forgot the second question. So the
second question was about the existing protocols within the organization, for instance, to allow people to change names and so on and so on.
Okay. Well, we have one example sitting just behind you, Laura. She's just raising her hand. She works in Johnson Matthey in the UK. She's a wonderful scientist, and her name is Laura.
Maybe, of course, I won't talk on behalf of businesses, but just to share one thing on this letter that some companies received all over Europe. I recently attended a meeting. I'm from France, so I'm also an NGO called L'Autre Cercle, and I was invited there. That was with, we're lucky in France to have a French ambassador on LGBTQI plus rights. And we invited a lot of French multinationals, and none of them are going to answer this letter they received. None of them so far they're going to be changing anything, and they are more concerned about the tariff, about the this topic on the commercial trade than on this the letter they received.
I can continue. So when it comes to the first question, so I'm happy that Swedbank stands out, and the communication is pretty clear that we are not changing our values and our core is still the same. But of course, we have to acknowledge the fact that Swedbank is more present in the Nordic countries, and we shouldn't. I can't say what's going to happen if we would have been presence into the US, because then you have to take into the consideration, really, as Mariana said, what an impact it's going to have to your employees, how many employees would lose job of choosing one or another. But personally, I believe that we need to be bold and daring, standing to our core principles, because it pays off. Because this election comes and goes, people comes and leave, but the values and how you stick to them, it really sticks. And if you lose the trust in your people, then it's going to be difficult to be in the future to say that, we are the company standing for this one. Yeah, but what you did just a couple years ago. So in my opinion, it's very important to stand out. And answering to the second question, we haven't had any requests that way, but I believe that we will do everything in order to change it and to accept that everyone could be really feel comfortable. And if there is a need to change in the name, we would do it to make it happen.
So, one, I mean, I think, if you want to fight the U.S. government, you should ask China how to do that. They're pretty good at it. I think you don't fight the U.S. government. I think what you do is you recognize we have an election process that has already started. We have viable candidates that have appropriate opinions, that have different stances, and you use education and the political system to engage voters, and you change people that sit in the offices. When we want to, we can do that very well, but that's the best way to secure the opportunity for change. And with names, the only thing that we do is names are fine. Whatever someone wants their name to be, the team will tell you that's good. But whatever country of the 27 countries we're doing business in, we also have to make sure that we can still make payroll, right? So getting your paycheck sometimes is as important as the particular name that you're going to have. And some countries, it's easier to do that in than others. It takes less time than others. But there's always a practical aspect behind the requests that you receive. We'll support the requests, but we'll never make sure we'll never miss paying anybody.
Thank you. So another question which I have regarding the topic of our panel discussion and the role of leadership and commitment and so on. When we try to measure the progress we made and the goals we want to achieve, what do you think we need more? Do we need more effort? Do we need more leadership? Do we need more education? Or do we need simply more time?
And we need more leadership. You got to walk the walk. I mean, one of the things that happened in the U.S. under the previous administration is you had a lot of very large corporations that could now just check a box, and they could have a beautiful website. They could have a beautiful website, and they could have sponsor checks everywhere, but they never had anyone at the executive committee or at the C-level attend any of the events that they have sponsored. And at the end of the day, if you looked at who they actually hired, the numbers didn't change. If you looked at where they actually spent their money, the numbers didn't change. So you have to have leadership that walks the walk, talks the talk. In our world, in addition to how our team looks, where we spend our money looks the same way. And the commitment we have in 5 years, 100% of our money will be spent, the dollars that we spend, which are significant, will be with diverse companies. Right? But it has to start at the top, and then individuals have to be willing to call the question when they receive that sponsorship check. Does the company that's writing that check, have they actually really changed who they hire, how they support, how they educate? Or have they just said, we'll check the box, we're good, we should be on every panel, we should be asked to speak, but we haven't really changed and given anybody an opportunity to change their station in life, and we haven't really changed the numbers of what our team looks like.
So one for leadership, and one for time, effort, education?
Okay, so we have I would say time, forget about it. I think time is not going to heal anything if we don't have education and leadership. So, but I see as a critical component in education, or I will put it the other way, the lack of education, the ignorance will exacerbate the problem. And I think as an employer, as a leader, I am standing here in the panel as a cis man, as an ally. My corporate signature has always my pronouns and has the flag throughout the year, not only in June. If you open my office, the first thing you will see on my desk is the flag of the rainbow. It is important to signal that I am an ally, that it's a safe space, that we can talk. I have talked to my colleagues that are here from the UK today managing the ERG of diversity and inclusion. What we need to invest a lot on is education. We cannot just come and suddenly put the flags on June and say this is Pride Month and then expect everybody will participate because they know what is it about. You need to have a continuous way of educating people on why this is important. I think that the presentation of Austeja, I believe, in Danske was great, and I'm very proud to see Danske on board as well. It's really important that we're visible on it. Policy making is also not going to change anything if you don't have the education background on it. And it should start, I mean, the key question is going to be, when do you start? And I have had these discussions at home with my spouse, and my daughter is only 10. My spouse and I, we have discussed about when is the right time to educate our daughter into it. My take to begin with was like as early as possible. You know, we need to make sure that we can talk about those issues openly at home. Her perspective was, is it really, are we going to shock her? Are we going to bring topics that she shouldn't hear about it? And this discussion happened many years ago when she was relatively young. We realized, first of all, that kids don't care, actually. And the more open you are at an early stage, the more that innocence that we qualify as an innocence. But what I will actually qualify it is they are naturally diverse. Then the lack of education or the bad education will make them choose the genders that we are encouraged to choose through the education system. So I think it is important not to neglect that education starts at a very early stage and is not supposed to be relying only upon the education system. Education continues at home, and education in the workplace is equally important. So we need to tackle ignorance as a key objective.
And you also didn't mention that it's much easier to educate young people since you are much more receptive. And the older they get, the less receptive they become.
If I may, I would like just to add that this is the companies, and I mean, they really have to go through this. This is a continuous journey. I mean, this journey will not end in DNI. It's not just, and it's a structural change, and they really have to go into action. And that every day, and in the routine of everyone's at work, they need to embed those ideas, and then they will really see the performance changing. And for us, what we also see from companies when we discuss with the companies, and we saw it at our event in Warsaw, it even gives more a boost and energy actually to actually engage us more. We volunteer in those NGOs, and we just want to do more and to go further, even with those challenging times. So for me, the effort just needs to be continued. We should not be putting ourselves too much into anxiety and so on. We said it, political, I mean, they will come and go, but this, the DNI just need to continue the journey.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. And I took the liberty of cutting some time for our discussion, but keeping within our agreed schedule, if you will agree with me. So I would like to thank our participants and to summarize that after our discussion, we probably discovered those things which we were expecting to discover. We need leadership. We need effort, and things probably will never be as good as we wish for, but they will not be as bad as we fear. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ačiū. Thank you. Thank you. O dabar now it's lunch break, networking break. Networking break, yeah. Okay, can we call the lunch break over and move to the second part of our conference? And now we'll have a panel discussion. It's called even not the discussion, it's called even legal rights workshop. And as it's suited for any workshop, by the end of it, you will have to pass an exam. Which decisions by the European Court of Human Rights are most applicable to the topics of our discussions? Which provisions of European Social Charter are also relevant in this regard? And if you will not pass this exam, you will not be able to leave this room. So, jokes aside, I'd like to call to join me at this panel discussion Dainius, Chloe, and Taj. So I'd like, since we are Lithuanian, I'd like to start with Lithuanian situation right now. And as it fit for the country, last pagan country in Europe, which was the last to adopt Christianity, we're probably the last to admit that all sexes and genders merit the same kind of marriage and so on. But nonetheless, we have some recent positive developments in this regard. Recent decisions by the Indian Constitutional Court, which already accepted the possibility of Institute of Partnership. So I'd like to ask Dainius, who is now a member of European Parliament, but was chairman of the Constitutional Court. So how do you view this decision, significance of this development, and does it mean that we are already happy and we don't need to move forward anymore?
Thank you very much. Indeed, I feel, sorry. Indeed, I feel very proud of my country because it passed the exam on what we call constitutional democracy. What does it mean, constitutional democracy? In democracy, dignity of each human being matters. In democracy, there is no space for discrimination, and democracy is not demo-dictatorship or democratura, like our famous philosopher Leonidas Donskis once described this phenomenon. It's not only about decision-making by majority, but it is also implies the anti-majoritarian nature of the constitution. That means that each person, dignity of each person should be defended when necessary, even against the will of majority. And this decision simply goes in line with this understanding of a constitutional democracy. And really, I feel a little bit, I have a feeling a little bit déjà vu, because in our country, unfortunately, politicians, they never they never have been brave and courageous enough to defend minorities, to defend human rights. What do I mean by that? I can recall a similar story from 1998, when death penalty was abolished. Guess by whom? Also by the Constitutional Court, because politicians were not brave enough to say that it is not compatible with international law and especially with the European values. So again, we have the same story. When politicians are not able to enact necessary laws, when they use not only sometimes discriminatory but even insultive language against LGBTIQ or against any other minorities in the society, then the last resort for every person, it remains the judiciary. And in this field, I must also differentiate between different branches of judiciary. Only the Constitutional Court was enough principled institution, because before that, some couples, they tried to defend their rights through ordinary courts, and they weren't unsuccessful, even if they themselves requested the court to apply to the constitutional court. They were denied of this right. So that means that when we speak about constitutional democracy, yes, it works, but it's not wealthy enough because some parts of judiciary still can be a matter of concern, because not all of them are equally resolute to defend human rights. But in general, I feel very good because already in 2019 we proclaimed that all families should be defended under the Constitution, regardless who decide to create family. There were different sexes or the same-sex couples. So actually, this is I don't know whether it's the last, because still the long struggle is waiting for very detailed rights of for the content. But in general, I think we can speak about large victory. And that is the victory of a constitutional democracy, which sometimes is anti-majoritarian.
Chloe, you hail from a different country, from Belgium, which has way longer experience of implementing these rights. And how do you think, whether judicial way or political way, I mean, passing laws is more effective? And what is the Belgian experience and the road you went from, let's say, when these rights were just something unfathomable and then just a matter of everyday business?
Yeah, I think so. The last few years, we got about 20 years support of financial support from our government to do education in all types of educational, from kindergarten to university. So we are very blessed with the legal frame that we have. But we noticed the last few years, especially this year, we have a survey on young people, and we came to our knowledge that young people are less happy about LGBT rights and about LGBT people. So we noticed there is a little bit of a backlash this year.
Taj, you're a young person. How would you respond to that? Since not only in this, for instance, in Lithuania, we had recently a public survey about your reputation of companies, and surprisingly, this survey revealed that younger generation, like Gen Z and so on, they don't care very much whether companies are interested in ecology, in pollution prevention, and so on, so on, so on. They only care whether companies serve the right product at the right price. And which was a very surprising discovery. They thought, we are bad, but they will be much better than us. So how would you explain this development, or this is just superficial and we should wait for the dust to settle and we will see how is the real situation?
Sure. I don't know if it's superficial. I think there's definitely something deeper at play. And I think a lot of it has to do with something we heard about earlier this morning on AI and the amount of dis and misinformation that's out there. And when you consider where most young people get the information from, which is the internet, especially social media sources like TikTok, for example, that kind of curate your feed to specific content. And certain companies and certain organizations are pushing specific feed content out more frequently. And that obviously influences the thoughts and opinions that young people have, especially when a lot of young people now are experiencing loneliness at exponential rates and not socializing in person. And so the majority of the information and encounters they have are via the internet and via social media platforms, which, as we heard, being taken over by kind of far-right actors globally. And I think our movement, that's a weakness of our movement, for sure, is being able to counteract those narratives with just as strong, I guess, positive propaganda, you could call it, but talking about the facts, getting the scientific data out there, building back up that trust in institutions and in organizations among young people, I think is crucial. And that starts in school with teachers, but it also starts at home and it also starts on social media. So I think our organization should take similar, not obviously with negative information, but should be posted on social media, posting articles with content to ensure that there's a balance of information out there and not just one-sided information.
Thanks. Again, the question to all of you, and starting probably with Danius, we call this discussion legal rights workshop, and as I understand from my legal studies many years ago, a legal norm does not exist in a vacuum. A legal norm should always upheld, defended, realized, and so on and so on and so on. And how do you think where we are in this regard? Is there sometimes some discrepancy between these high, lofty ideals we want to defend with legal norms and so on, and the everyday life when it seems like, oh, I couldn't care less, oh, I don't want to bother, and so on and so on. And I'm talking not only about judiciary process, but about like everyday place, everyday life, like talking to your employer, saying, well, I'm entitled to that and that and that, and he said, oh, get lost, get fired, and so on. So how do you think where we are right now, regarding this possible some discrepancy between legal norms and their implementation in the everyday life?
Thank you for this question. Of course, it's very difficult to describe where we are.
How do you feel?
But I think we are in much better situation than, for example, 10 years, 15 years ago. When you remember the first Pride took place in Vilnius in 2010, and I think you remember the atmosphere surrounding this Pride. It is huge, atmosphere of aggression. Of stones thrown to the people who were gathered, a lot of counter-protesters, and look at the Pride tomorrow, I believe, because I believe it will be something similar like last year.
Yeah.
It's very friendly atmosphere, maybe only a few people standing with crosses and, I don't know, praying.
Nothing wrong with standing with a cross.
But it's not nothing wrong. It's very, polite way to express their, views. So that means that we made a huge progress in the society with acknowledging our diversity. That's really inspires. But if to look maybe sometimes to the more detailed spheres, we still have such phenomena like refusal to initiate or to start criminal investigation because of instigation of hatred, instigation of discrimination. Still sometimes, and we lost by way several cases in the European Court of Human Rights because of inability or unwillingness of law enforcement institutions properly to defend people against discrimination. That's one thing. Yes, in daily life we can still hear various speeches, calling to discriminate people on not only on the grounds of sexual identity or sexual orientation, but sometimes on other grounds. Being a woman sometimes is also disadvantage. So that means that we are somehow in the middle. We are progressing, but what I feel, the weakest, but maybe I'm wrong. The weakest sphere, it's the sphere of education still. Here we should do the biggest job, because only recently the provision which prohibited this provision, like Russian-style provision, but it is also valid in Hungary, for example, that prohibited at all to educate in the school about diversity of a society. You remember, but I don't remember the precise title of this law because it's very long, but on protection of minors.
On protection of rights of minors to the information.
Against something harmful information. And harmful information was considered to be the information about LGBTIQ. So that's, only the beginning here in the education, and therefore, of course, we should, but I don't believe the present government, by the way. That's another question. But we should integrate in the school curricula appropriate subjects or appropriate issues. We should also teach our teachers, because some of teachers were not so willing to educate their school children in an appropriate way. And in general, we should educate our society. So we should do a lot still, because in this sense we only and at the very beginning about the education of the people, but progress made during 15 years. With public gatherings such as Pride, it keeps promising still.
I think for me the answer is relatively simple. Laws don't change culture. I think we all are somewhat aware of that. And so the work that has to happen is kind of that cultural shift, which, as you rightfully mentioned, needs to start in education and in educational institutions as early as possible, and with appropriate, age-appropriate conversations around these topics. But it also doesn't just mean education for young people, which is important, but those changes, cultural shifts, you won't see until the next generation, right? So it also has to happen with adults. The government has to do a job of educating the civil servants, their staff, on the laws that are passing and what this means for their day-to-day work, which often doesn't happen. There's a big gap between laws that are passed in a legislative parliament and the actions that the everyday civil servant has to take, and what that looks like and how those laws impact that everyday work. And there's big discrepancies with that. I mean, we saw it in the US early in 2013 when they passed same-sex marriage. Many courthouse officials were refusing to marry same-sex couples, even though that was the law. So how do you change that if you haven't done the work of educating your civil service or your staff of the importance of these laws, the consequences that come with not following them, but also the benefits kind of inclusion? I think, yeah, and once again, it starts with schools, but not just with the young people, but also with teachers, because schools are not just education institutions, they're also workplaces. So schools have to set a positive example by being inclusive workplaces as well, which they're often not. Schools are often the most restrictive workplaces for queer people because of they're not allowed to talk about their identity in many cases, or they feel like they can, or they feel like it's inappropriate, or et cetera, and someone who's non-binary or trans, imagine them as a teacher and what that experience would be like. So the work has to happen at all stages through education, and companies also play a role in this. I mean, one positive initiative that exists in the UK, for example, is an organization called Diversity Role Models, and what they do is they work with government funding, but also with corporate funding, and they are an organization that basically hires mentors, and the mentors go into schools. They're queer adults. They go into schools to talk about the challenges that they've faced and kind of the importance of inclusion, and they do mentorship programs, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's important to have that kind of intersectoral work around cultural shift, because a lot of us like to check out once the law passes. Like, that's the start of the work, not the end. Like, passing legislation isn't the end of the work. It's really the beginning. So I think if we use that mindset, we would probably be a bit better off, I think.
Sure. You want to add? Yeah, just Gloria.
I would like to add one thing. In Belgium, we feel like the teachers are with us. They understand what they're trying to tell in schools, and they're open and they're inclusive. But we had some process from the parents. In our French part, they wanted to do sex education classes, and 4 schools were set on fire by the parents because they didn't want those lessons within the elementary school. So it's from a strong religion context, Catholic and Muslim, and also the fake news on the media, because they told that the children would learn how to masturbate and stuff like that, which is of course not at all true. So we noticed that we have more acceptance, but that there is also a backlash going on.
Regarding the backlash, let me play the role of devil's advocate. And I will quote Australian stand-up comedian Jim Jeffries, who told during one of his stand-ups about his father, 73 years old, who voted in favor of gay marriage in Australia during a referendum, saying they should be as miserable as we are, heterosexual people. But then he follows all with that saying, but then you will talk to him about transsexual. He said, no, that's too much. And he said, he's 73. He's barely managing to keep pace with gays, so don't expect too much from him. And I'm trying to, playing devil's advocate, maybe the pace of progress is a little bit too fast for all people to get comfortable with that, and then sometimes it provokes the backlash. At the same time, I understand the counter-argument. Come on, we are living right now, and we want our rights right now. So how to manage to avoid this conflict and to accommodate each other?
I think at Savaraya we try to use words that are more anti-polarization. So we avoid words like sexual diversity. We will talk about love instead of that. So we try to avoid woke words and make sure that we empathize empathy, and that maybe we use the right language that people will connect with us, like respect, love, things that are universal.
Yeah, thanks. That's exactly the point I want.
Yeah, and to echo that, I think another part that is often missing is storytelling, and the importance that storytelling plays in changing narratives. I mean, if I can speak about my own context, this is not based in Europe, but I'm from a small island called Bermuda, and it's a very homophobic country, right? We were the first and only country, a jurisdiction in the world to legalize same-sex marriage through the judiciary, and then for the legislative government to take it away. So we're the first jurisdiction to have reversed same-sex marriage. And so that speaks to the culture. It's very religious, very Christian. But what has worked, surprisingly, is that you find that a lot of people who share homophobic political views or ideologies say that they know queer people and they love them. So, like, how do we get those queer? Because everyone knows someone queer, believe if they know it or not, everyone knows someone queer and probably loves someone queer as well, whether that be as a friend or as a family member or as a grandson or a nephew or whatever the case may be, or as a co-worker. Everyone knows someone queer that they care about. So how do we translate that interpersonal relationships that often thrive into support for our cause, our larger cause? I think that's the question, and I think that's where storytelling comes in. And Iglio does a lot of work around storytelling on our social medias. We share different stories from our members, but also not just from our members, also from other LGBTQ+ youth across the world as well. And that is really able to change how people feel, per se, whereas confronting them with, we need this legal action now, could be quite abrasive, right? Whereas, rather than saying that, saying, someone queer, think about how it affects them. So it's all about how you frame the narrative, I think, is really important. Focusing on data is important, because data is important for policymakers, but storytelling and changes minds, data changes minds, but storytelling changes hearts. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I have little to add. Maybe just recalling the words of our chair of LGBTIQ intergroup in the European Parliament, Mark Agenel, said, I don't remember the exact words, but the idea was, I was born as homosexual, therefore I have to defend my inherent rights. But nobody born as homophobic. the only way is to become homophobe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nobody is born with agoraphobia, arachnophobia. You acquire it later.
Somehow, I fully agree. By selecting necessary words like love, like respect, but somehow to explain, everybody is defending his or her inherent rights. And for example, would you like that somebody would tell you whom you have to marry, or whom you have, with whom do you have to divorce? So that's would be stupid thing. So why you should you claiming having the right to dictate somebody on these issues? I think that is the easiest way, of course, but with one condition: if people really are open to the dialogue. Because some of them, it seems, they are not, and I therefore I always also I remember that we need also to combine this soft dialogue with sometimes necessary legal tools.
Exactly. Since probably nobody in Estonia and Latvia talks about this equal rights regarding partnership and so on, because it happened and it just happened.
But it's just inherent. And when somebody raises such an argument that somebody is feeling, I don't know, insulted by the fact that there are homosexual couples, it's fully nonsense. It's simply legal nonsense, and to fight with those nonsenses, we have necessary legal tools sometimes, and I'm not very happy, for example, how these tools are used, and how the perception by some law enforcement authorities, what kind of perception we have. For example, when we have in Lithuania the so-called, or it's not so-called report on national security, it still doesn't include anything on human rights. And it is artificial division between national security that is our official institution follows this, this attitude that national security is somehow separate from human rights. It's not true. So we should also somehow to take the measures on the state policy level that human rights perception, including non-discrimination, including preservation of diversity in the society, they should be also an element of national security, and they should be appropriately protected, because you have, I don't remember that I have ever seen from National Security Service, for example, analyzing what is the relationship between certain so-called defenders of traditional values with the same, I don't know, Russian state, and whether they have certain financing from, I don't know, suspicious funds or not. But it would be very sometimes interesting to hear about that, and we should have also this in mind.
In one Lithuanian political party's manifesto, I saw even a better thing. We will defend traditional traditions. And traditional traditions, that beats everything. Another question regarding perspective. Some people say, and some philosophers and sociologists say, that we live in an age where we have more than ever opportunities to be as individualistic as possible. We can come back from here, just watch non-stop TV streaming, order food by and so on, and just don't. I mean, we don't have a necessity to communicate with each other. How do you think this possibility of more individualistic nature within society, this atomism, would it help or would it harm the cause of inclusion, diversity, and so on? Whether people will be just more, how to say, not only ignorant, but I don't care, or whether they say, yeah, nice, go for it. It doesn't, because I don't care. How do you think about it?
If to start, difficult to answer. I think
Yeah.
both sides.
I don't have answer myself.
Both sides. On the other hand, when you become really free individualist, you wouldn't object to the realization of the same rights by others. And that can,
don't
to a certain
threaten
extent,
me, I won't threaten you.
Don't care about my personal life, but I will not care about yours as well. So that means that really, to a certain extent, it can contribute to the general tolerance in the society. But on the other hand, when we speak about the defense of the rights, I think we need more solidarity. I think we need
less indifference.
More communication, more commonness, let's say, in understanding the values. And in this regard, I would simply to mention that social networks, of course, it's a good thing, but on the other hand, when I speak about the hard line of liberal democracy, I always have in mind, and my first example, that I can't understand why we don't fight against disinformation and social networks while having all the legal tools again, like Digital Service Act. Maybe the time will come, but which is also very important, because when you are too individualistic, you are not capable sometimes to differ between lie and truth. And that's why certain interference, of course, it doesn't sound maybe very democratic from the first sight, but on the other hand, democracy must be capable to defend itself and must fight against disinformation, against the open lies. So that's also important to have in mind.
And an additional question to you, Taj, your own personal experience, I mean, like becoming activist of these LGBTIQ plus rights. What did it teach you, your personal life? What mistakes you should avoid, and what things you, on the other hand, double down?
That's a hard question to answer as well. Yeah, I mean, many mistakes, as all of us have made many mistakes. I think to link it to the previous question, I think a mistake that I have made is being too single issue focused. And I think that is a mistake of our movements and most rights movements, is that they're very siloed and individual issue focused. And as Audre Lorde, a famous American author, pointed out, we don't live single issue lives. So it's very difficult to have single issue movements that are going to actually achieve liberation, more so likely to achieve some level of acceptance. But as we have seen, this kind of division across our work and saying, oh, I'm only going to focus on LGBTQ plus issues because that's what's most important to me. Look at where that has gotten us today. That has made our movement more vulnerable than ever, because they can attack they can attack trans issues, and LGBTQ plus organizations say that's not my problem. They can attack LGBTQ plus youth, and mainstream LGBTQ plus organizations don't mention it, don't talk about it. They can attack queer refugees and migrants, and most LGBTQ plus organizations, especially in Europe, remain silent on those issues. And so how do you expect to build solidarity and build community if you don't demonstrate a willingness to both be accepting, but also to champion other causes that are intrinsically related to your own cause? And I think that's a grave mistake that I have made in the past, and I've learned from and since moved forward. And I don't consider myself an LGBTQ plus activist. I'm a human rights activist unconditionally, because my work is not just for LGBTQ plus people. My work cuts across the intersections of multiple identities. And I think that is our real key to success, even if we disagree, because that is the strength of the far-right movement. Don't be mistaken. They disagree on a lot of things. I mean, as we have, I don't know if any of you are following, but Donald Trump and Elon Musk are having a huge battle right now on social media with each other, right? But yet, it was always clear that they disagreed on certain policies, but yet they were united in a certain cause. And they achieved that cause to great success, many would argue. Project 2025, the Supreme Court bench being stacked with conservative judges, the House, the Senate, and the presidency being held by the Republican Party. So even though they disagreed, they were able to find common cause enough to push forward the movement to great success. Why can't we do the same?
Chloe?
Yeah, I would like to add that we are trying to work with different minorities, and I see a lot of strength in that. In Belgium, we try to work with people of color and all kinds of other minorities, and that really works. And what I have learned is that you can be an individual because then you are no longer human. You can only be a human when you are in interaction with other people. And I like to tell a little bit what I do as a volunteer. I work as a trainer, so I help volunteers to look at their inner wounds and to look at who they are in relation to others. And then I find a lot of infighting within our community. Like, for instance, older gay men not really liking trans people or younger people or whatever. There's a lot of infighting going on. And I think working on that will...
This is also human.
Which is also human, but we need to learn that about ourselves. Why do we do that? Why do we have those biases? What does it tell about us? And then work on that so we can become a very strong community.
One final question, since according to my schedule, not this one, which was a little bit late, we are approaching the end of our discussion, would be, what would you say to those people who would say, one battle at a time, step by step, let's have some compromise and we'll see we will move forward tomorrow from that, and so on and so on. So people who are always acting like master tacticians, they keep the strategy inside their mind, but they move by moving pieces on chessboard. What would you say to them? Since from one side, on one hand, it sounds like pragmatical approach. On the other hand, at least to me, it risks losing the perspective. So, what is it applicable, this strategy, and what are the strategy's dangers?
I think it's inevitable to do everything together because our society is evolving so fast that we don't have the time to take it step by step. I think we have to do some things at the same time.
To use your analogy of chess, when you move one piece, it doesn't just affect that one piece. It affects the entire game and the entire progress throughout the game as a chess player myself. So moving one piece can literally cause you to lose the game or win the game, right? So while it's pragmatic and strategic and you may have only the resources to move one piece at a time, you have to understand that that piece affects all these other pieces. So it's not just about necessarily spreading too thin or doing 6 things at a time. You can do one thing at a time, and as long as you are clear in your work how this one thing affects those 5 other things, then I think that's the recipe for success. And also, I have to mention...
your memorandum.
I have to mention the memorandum that LGL and Iglio worked on together. It's kind of a commitment to ensuring that LGBTQ+ young people and adults are free from discrimination in both workplaces and educational institutions. And I encourage you all to give it a read and sign it as well. The organizers will support with signing the memorandum, but please give it a read and sign it, and it may be available online as well for those who do not get to see it here today. But things like this are crucial because as it mentions throughout here, while this is kind of a single issue document, it speaks to kind of how education affects the workplace and the workplace affects education. So moving one piece at a time affects all the pieces.
Which was supposed to be the topic of our of our workshop. And Taj was, before moving to Danos, how do you define young people? Since, for instance, one of the ruling parties in Lithuania, Lithuanian Social Democrats, if you are up to 45, you are young Social Democrat.
I mean, Igloo uses 18 to 30 because we work with young adults.
Okay.
But young people has many different definitions. It depends. I mean, many organizations change in the definition of 30 to extend it to 35 and even 40 to understand that we live longer. As well. So the definition of young changes as our lifespan extends and as our cultures kind of shift. So there isn't one set definition, but Igloo uses 18 to 30.
In 20 years, we will be pushing towards 80 and saying, yeah, young. Dennis, your closing remarks regarding compromise.
You know, I think the matter of age, first of all, is the matter how do you feel yourself.
Sure.
Because sometimes we can see the people, I don't know, who is 20 or 30 years old, but they are too old. I mean, looking to our current political landscape, we're involved in the corruption of a Soviet time style. So that's just to respond briefly to what you told. But you know, just in response to the question about which tactics maybe to select, whether step by step or do what you can. One battle, so-called, I always remember the eternal dispute about judicial activism. And some, of course, they blame judicial activism, like saying, oh, you know, we're all the time telling too much, we are usurping powers, we are dictating to the legislator. And by the way, we currently hear the same, yes. But on the other hand, I'm on the side, and I think the same side is taken, for example, by famous German, I remember, Jutta, that doesn't matter, but famous German constitutionalist, I have got close relationship with Taiwanese constitutional code, who also legalized, by the way, same-sex marriage. So the answer is very simple. Whether you really are devoted to your mission, or what does it mean to be a judicial activist? Just do properly your job. If to defend human rights, then you need to defend without any compromises. Because those rights, like human dignity, human life, freedom from, protection from torture, from non-discrimination, they are absolute nature. There no step-by-step is possible. That's for me as for a lawyer. Maybe politicians, they could play certain games, but those rights, they are untouchable. They must be guaranteed now, not tomorrow. And therefore, my answer, you know, use every opportunity that the life provides to you, because probably there will be no second opportunity.
One politician, I believe that former European Commission President Juncker said that we know as politicians what to do, but we don't know how to get elected after we do what we have to do. Yeah, thank you to Danius, thank you Tash, thank you Chloe. And regarding the age, one closing remark. 10 years ago, I tore my calf muscle when playing tennis, and the doctor said, don't look at the mirror, look at your birth date. So that's regarding the age. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So now we will have another discussion, but before that we have another keynote speech and keynote presentation by Dr. Jukka Lehtonen, who will talk to us about young people's workplace experiences in a non-heterosexual environment. You have a floor, sir.
Well, regards from Finland. It's a great pleasure to be here once again as your guest. thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on career choices and work-life experiences of young non-heterosexual and trans people. Yeah, thank you. I would like to start by saying a few things about young people in the labor market in general. First of all, young people often live in temporary jobs, summer jobs. They are practicing periods in the working life and so on. So they have much more vulnerable work-life position than adults or middle-aged people. And they also are not so often aware of their rights. They don't know the rules in the working life so often than older people. So they are in general of a vulnerable position. On the other hand, young people are living a period of their life when they are making decisions about their education and career. And for non-heterosexual trans youth, the same is true. But at the same time, when thinking their career and educational choices, they are also thinking their sexuality and gender a bit different way than cisgender heterosexuals who are expected to be cisgender heterosexuals. So they don't have to think so much like what to do, whom to tell about their identities and how to live their lives in a situation which is maybe strange for other people surrounding them. There are rather progressive legislation in many European countries, like in Finland, and discrimination, harassment is prohibited, whether it's based on sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, sex characteristics. But often these laws are not implemented in a right way in educational institutions and workplaces. So there is still plenty to do in that area. But I must say, referring to the earlier discussion, that I'm a strong advocate of good legislation, because that's also one way, one strategy to make things move in the workplace and in the educational institutions. But I think it should be stricter, and there should be more control over whether the institutions or organizations are following the law in a right way. This presentation is mainly based on a survey with 1,861 non-heterosexual and trans youth. The responses of a survey and their stories. But before I go into that, I would like to share some results of the more recent large survey by the Finnish Institute for Welfare and Health. This survey is done every second year, over 150,000 respondents in the age group 14 to 18 years old. And the result basically is, you don't have to look all these tiny figures, but the result is that there is a decreasing number of cisgender and heterosexual young people in this age group during the last 5, 6, 7 years. And there are more trans youth, more non-heterosexual young people than before in this age cohort. And that's mainly to do with the fact that there are more girls who identify some ways as non-heterosexual, lesbian, bisexual, pansexual, etc. And there are more transmasculine young people than before. There's a quite big difference between transfeminine and transmasculine young peoples. The figure, how they are changing from year to year. Another thing, this survey revealed that non-heterosexual trans youth more often than cisgender heterosexual young people have mental health issues, mental health problems of various kinds. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, because they already had higher amount of mental health issues, they were having even higher rates in mental health problems during the COVID pandemic. Now it's getting a little bit down with trans youth, not so much with cisgender young people. About the career choices, heteronormativity affects quite serious ways on the career choices of non-heterosexual and trans youth. Particularly trans youth feel that the attitudes around sexuality and gender diversity are affecting into their career and educational choices. For non-heterosexual youth, it's more often young men who are reporting that these attitudes are affecting in their career choices. And that's mainly to do with the labor market gender segregation in Finland. It's very highly gender segregated, one of the most gender segregated societies in Europe. So most women work in female-dominated fields, most men in male-dominated fields. And non-heterosexual men often, or quite a big amount of them, avoid working in male-dominated fields because they are seen and also, like in research, proven to be more homophobic and transphobic than female-dominated fields. In the stories, this was also coming up. Like in a story by this non-heterosexual man. I favor female-dominated fields while I enjoy more in the company of women, and it's easier to be myself with them. With men, I'm never sure how they react to my sexual orientation. Most of my colleagues were women in all my jobs. Also, some non-heterosexual women and transmasculine respondents reported that gender affected in a way that they didn't want to choose educational or professional field where was demanded ultra-feminine behavior. There were many other reasons behind their choices. Some neglected some professions which were seen as problematic for LGBTI people. Some chose professions which were popular or seemed to be popular among some LGBTI groups, like beauty industry, fashion, this kind of stories were coming up. And one thing which was particularly typical for quite a few trans people was that they chose to work alone via internet or having their own company so that they would have they would be independent from their colleagues' attitudes or other people. And for trans people, the young respondents also reported that depending on in which stage of the process of gender reassignment they were, that affected a lot on their career and educational choices and sometimes even prevented the whole thinking about the career and educational choices because they were so troubled with their own identity and how they can cope with their surroundings. Then dropping out of education was also rather common, more common among trans youth than non-heterosexual youth. And there was also social class background affecting, so that from the working class background there was more dropping out in education. And typically that meant vocational education programs. But this dropping out was also raised in the stories concerning working life. Like this non-heterosexual woman was saying, in this new job salary is small and work times are lousier, but I'm still happy about changing the place. I thought that I'd rather clean city toilets with little money than work for idiots. And for some, particularly this was the case with some trans respondents, that they decided not to even go finding a job because they felt that it's not for them because of whether their situation or for the transphobic attitudes. Trans youth in this survey were also more pessimistic about their future in working life than non-heterosexual youth, and there was a gender difference in that sense that non-heterosexual men were most optimistic about their future. I think that's quite typical also for men in general. And for women, maybe partly based on realism, they were more pessimistic. But there were also some storytellers who told that them being non-heterosexual or trans was a resource for them. And those quite often raised the issue that they wanted to change the world, they wanted to change the society, they wanted to focus on LGBTI issues, activism, research, or in other ways or in culture try to affect and change the society. So clearly, gender matters in career choice and educational choice. There is a tendency also found in these stories that people want to think that they are making independent choices. It's not about social class or gender, but I make my own choices. That was rather common, but I think this analysis also shows that for many young people, it's not only themselves who are making the decisions, but it depends in what kind of labor market and educational culture they live in and what are the opportunities they have. It's important to raise that, as in the previous panel, that intersecting differences are also important to take into account when analyzing young people's choices and changing the practices and policies in workplaces and educational institutions, whether it has to do with health, ethnicity, citizenship, neurodiversity, and so on. But here I want to raise just the question of location, rural-urban differences. And in this survey, it was found out that those young people, non-heterosexual young people who lived in the rural areas expressed that the negative attitudes in my own area were affecting in their career and educational choices clearly more often than the ones who lived in the urban areas. And the same pattern is typical for hiding one's non-heterosexuality. In rural areas, hiding one's sexuality is clearly more often than in the urban centers. And that goes through all the spheres of life, basically. The only thing which was similar was internet, social media. In rural area, young people were able to express their sexuality and gender as often as did the ones who lived in urban areas. I still want to, in the end of my presentation, look at some experiences of working life or strategies non-heterosexual trans youth have in the working life. One key issue is expressing your own gender or sexuality and at work. And I think it's quite typical that even in these stories sometimes came up that sexual orientation is not really valid information for the colleagues. And quite often that's raised that it's not part of the working life, not meaningful there. But in this survey it was found out that for most young people, the reason why they are hiding is the fear of exclusion and discrimination. Another strategy, partly related to the hiding your sexuality or gender, is that many non-heterosexual trans youth take distance from their colleagues, either everybody in the workplace or just some people who are behaving negatively or who they are afraid that would behave negatively if they would know their sexuality or gender. And this strategy also means that quite often these non-heterosexual and trans youth in the workplace are in a way like this strategy might be beneficial to some extent, but it also often means that they are sort of excluding themselves with this strategy. If they are not getting to know their colleagues, they can't find if there's other LGBTI people or supporting cisgender heterosexuals, and often because they are hiding or taking distance, it's also difficult for others to change their workplace culture. And because young people are often in these temporary jobs, they might feel that it's easy to take this kind of strategy. But on the other hand, also the employer might think that, okay, this person doesn't look like he's fitting in the right way to the workplace culture, so it's maybe easy to change to somebody else. Quite often, non-heterosexual trans youth have to be very active if they want equal treatment in the workplace. So they have to be, in a way, take the role and responsibility of changing the practices. And I think that's one of the biggest problems, that it's not the leaders of the company or the organization, it's not the supervisors, it's not the co-workers who have worked maybe a long time in that workplace, but it's the young person who's already vulnerable. They have to be the, in a way, front runners of their own rights. Like in this transmasculine respondent story was coming up. It was a big mess when I started to use men's dressing room. There was needed many phone calls, discussions and doctor's statement, but finally I succeeded. I had changed my name and been on hormonal treatment 6 months at that stage. And finally, to conclude, whether we want or not, it's often not individuals' own choice because of the heteronormativity that still exists in workplace and educational institutions. So that's affecting in the career and educational choices and also the workplace strategies young people have. And I think it's important that there would be both education and both very effective equality planning and anti-discrimination planning, but I think it's also important to have very strong legislation and also to have somebody to control that the laws are coming in true in workplaces and educational institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And you will be able to ask questions during our panel discussions. And Yuka will join me, Katrina and Kelly here on stage. So I'd like to ask for the chairs again brought to the center. And once again, I'd like to remind you that this is not just for four-person show. You can take part in it anytime you wish. Just raise your hand and I will pass the floor to you. First question, Doctor. One question I noticed during this survey, and I want to ask whether what is intentional or not intentional. There was how often they would tell to teachers, to schoolmates, internet and so on. There was none mentioning of parents.
Appearance.
Parents, yeah.
Yeah, the question was formulated so that it was only asking about whether you are open about your gender identity or sexual orientation. But of course, it's a very relevant question in that sense that some people are trying to transform their dressing, their behavior, the way they sit, or like all sort of their voice. And I think there are stricter rules generally for men than for women in that sense. But there are also some trans and non-heterosexual youth, whether they want or not, they still have some characteristics that people might bully or tease or like label them, but it doesn't mean that they are open about them being gay or that they are open about them being trans necessarily, whether they are seen whatever way by their surrounding.
Another question before moving to you. Another question is, how do you think, to what extent their fears of future could be related to generally fears of young people felt during the same age, uncertainty from moving one period of their life, school where there was everything clear and so on, and moving into a work area, since I believe it affects sometimes even heterosexual.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as I raised in the beginning, I think the career choice, educational choice can be problematic to whomever person, whatever age, but typically for young people. But I think for non-heterosexual trans youth, it's the same thing, more. but it adds more, the extra layer in a way of fears if you already expect that you will experience discrimination because of based on your sexuality or gender. And I think sometimes young people don't have realistic view. Some are surprised actually it was good work community or good colleagues. So they might be surprised also even, but I think it's meaningful that we also recognize the fears young people have. And I think for equal working life, we need to abolish those fears, but it means that we have to change the working life so that there is no need to fear.
Well, hardly to abolish. I don't believe it's possible to abolish fears at all.
But maybe aiming.
Yeah. So, Ekaterina and Kelly, your impressions from this presentation, and how do you think this relates to the situation to you in your countries? Whether it could be quite similar, or whether do you feel there are some major differences, or it's more or less the same?
When I was looking at this presentation, I was a bit jealous that you have this data, because actually in Latvia at least, we don't have similar research about specific experiences in education or at the workplace. We have very general data on some perceived experiences about discrimination or prejudice and so on. So it's a bit hard to compare whether we have the similar or not. But in general, I would assume it must be similar, because of course LGBTI community is one of the most discriminated groups in Latvia. In it, like when it comes to, for example, education, we have worked with the teachers, and what they also admit that often they do not know how to even speak about these issues, how to speak about LGBTI issues, and also students admit that they don't raise these. It's not, of course, all the time, but often they do not speak about, they don't have discussions in schools about this. So I assume it also affects, of course, how open they are about really revealing their identity or sexuality. And yeah.
What about Estonia? We will have to make use of one mic. Since another one is some looking for your raised hands here in the public.
I'm now very selfish and I don't care about your question because there's something I really want to say before answering to your question.
Well, so, here goes my moderation.
Exactly. I've done the moderating. I know how difficult it is, especially with people like me. But I really want to congratulate you, Lithuanians and organizers of the Pride. I was one of those people who came here to the first Pride many, many years ago. I don't know, was it 10 or more years? And I remember this event behind the fences. this. And I was I was in the group of journalists, and I was one of those who was thrown rocks at, and I had a bloody head and all that kind of stuff. And it was super scary. But that actually made me LGBTIQ ally. Now I can't stop. So it really changed my life and how I perceive a topic of human rights in the context of LGBTIQ rights. And I'm so happy to see that you have a conference now here. Your last Pride went peacefully. This one, I'm sure, will be amazing and peaceful again. So congratulations, Lithuania.
And now back to my question.
Exactly. Yes, we are very similar to Latvians in that sense that we don't have the data. I don't know. But since I work every day with the company coordinating the Estonian Diversity Charter in Estonia, I can only assume that that the numbers could be something different when it comes to, I mean, not their own perception, but data you gave, like regarding the workplace. But I just, a couple of days, I had a discussion with one big insurance company in Estonia, and the lady there, she invited me to train their people, and she said that the reason for that is that there's something we need to do with the older people, 50-plus people, because they don't understand the younger, like 20-plus generation at all, because they use all this vocabulary like queer and LGBTIQ and diversity and all other stuff. So there is some sort of generational gap existing, definitely also in Estonia, how they perceive, like themselves and yeah.
Now, question is, since we're talking about choices young people will make when entering their first workplaces, is Jukka, you mentioned male-dominated and female-dominated fields of work, industries, and so on. Is it the same in all countries? Like my understanding could be that education is female-dominated, healthcare, female-dominated, police, male-dominated. Well, no, in Lithuania it's half-half right now, police it is. But generally, which are these fields, and are they changing in all of our three countries in the course of time? Since I believe, like I said, in police, for instance, Lithuania is changing very much.
Again, I don't have the precise data and the numbers, but of course, this traditional female-male division in professions, it still exists. Like a couple years ago, we had only the first female firefighter, because it existed like non-formally that this prejudice that woman cannot be a firefighter at all.
We can only fire starters.
Yes, because she's not strong enough, But so finally, we have a woman. But of course, it's changing. Situation is changing. Of course, the changes take time, and also I think in general, the decreasing number of population demands more and more, of course, inclusion of different genders in more effectively in the labor market in different professions. Like in the past, I remember also this was a problem that we didn't have women pilots. Now there are many women pilots, so it's completely, the comprehension about it changed quite significantly.
Yeah, and furthermore to that, what you mentioned was very interesting insight that labor market pressures might change attitudes towards gender groups and age groups much more than all vacations, since if you need labor force, you can't be picky. You accept everyone. Is it true, or is it I'm just being too optimistic?
Well, I wouldn't be so optimistic myself, but I would come back for the earlier discussion in that sense that non-heterosexual young people and trans youth and also foreign background people, migrant workers in Finland are usually the front runners in challenging the gender norms in this labor market. There are many foreign background men working in care. The same is true with non-heterosexual men. And for trans people, it's a bit tricky because if they are categorized by the official statistics in a way so that they are like based on the binary system and haven't changed their legal gender, they are seen as front runners even if they would work as women in a female-dominated field because they are not recognized, their real gender identity is not recognized in those statistics. So it's a bit problematic to make any arguments about them in this gender segregated.
Yeah, regarding maybe the first part of the question, Estonia unfortunately has the biggest gender pay gap in Europe for many, many years or maybe forever. And they say that this is one of the reasons for that is that we are also very segregated when it comes to gender at labor market. So yeah, as you previously mentioned, women work in education and men, like maybe factories, etc. And wherever men work, the salaries are higher. So definitely it goes for Estonia as well.
Like people said, I heard at least one explanation why more women work in education, at least in Lithuania, because we have more patients, which is a job which requires a lot of patience, and men by very nature. I don't know, that's probably a stereotypical thinking, but nonetheless, again, coming back to the survey and results from it, where do you think the situation, question of course all up to you, situation is a little bit worse in education regarding apprehensions and fears non-heterosexual and trans people, trans youth have, whether it is within the workplace, even if it is the first workplace. So where do you think the situation is worse, not only objectively, but how they feel, since probably they are more sensitive during their teen years?
It's a bit difficult to answer.
Yeah, I would try to translate it a little bit. Where do you think people are more advanced, teachers or employers?
It varies a lot. I think it has to do also with the area. In capital area and bigger towns, it's a different story for both workplaces and for teachers than in other places. And many other, this kind of factors affect. But I think generally teachers in Finland are, like majority of them is rather progressive. I think even more progressive than in general labor force. The teachers' trade union made a survey quite a few years ago for teachers about sexuality, diversity, and 80% of those teachers who responded to the survey were in favor of same-sex marriage and so on. So and trans person going into the gender reassignment process. So there are I think there are generally because teachers are well trained, they have university background, and that's other background factor.
And there is of course the thing, but like Finnish educational system, which is a envy of the world.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that even those teachers who would have positive attitudes would, in practice, would have time or energy to be very active in transforming the school culture, because it's often like few teachers who are then taking the role of trying to change things, especially in case if the principal of the education institution is passive.
I think the challenge with the schools, at least in Estonia, and I'm sure in other Baltic countries is, as well, indeed teachers are well educated. Indeed, they might have even more progressive attitudes than like the average person in a country. But the problem is actually what the companies do not have that much is parents or the local community. And it applies to youth work as well, that I know a lot because of my previous life or work obligations. And I've seen and discussed it with so many teachers and principals is that we would love to discuss and teach more about, what it means to be queer, what it means to have different sexualities. There are many, many genders, but there are so many really angry fathers and mothers who would just pick a fight, via emails, these e-school modules that they have, like even showing up to these meetings that the parents have. So there are aggressive parents and, it's very difficult to fight it. And I don't know if you have in your countries these local Facebook groups, like what is happening in Tallinn or what is happening in Daugava or I don't know, Narva. And these people these parents who are anti-LGBTI rights, they are so active there, and people who support LGBT rights are not that active. And those parents who support are not that active. So sometimes teachers feel that they are left alone. That is something that the discussion we have in Estonia, and I've been invited to many schools and youth centers to discuss it only because, talk about this topic only because teachers they are not bold enough. They have to, somehow mitigate between different communities.
Somehow reflecting about that angry parents, I mean, it's people who are against, they are always more active than people who are for something. It's just a sad truth. Another thing is, I wanted to ask, we were talking all the time with teachers, but employers, they don't face pressure from parents. So they shouldn't care about that. So they should be more advanced in the preserving and securing equal rights and equal opportunities, or it is not so?
When it comes to adult employers, I think it's something related very much to the prejudice they still might have in regards to LGBT issues or any other racism or whatever gender issues. I know that in Latvia, there are also some good practices within the big companies, like employers who are providing space for the support groups, for example, for LGBTI groups. But I think it's more about the big international companies than some local and small ones who are more concentrated on their resources, use of resources, and so on. Continuing about the education system, I think in Latvia we are in the majority still a bit conservative. And it's also something that was impacted also by so-called morality clause in the education law. It's not a ban, like to speak about certain issues, but still, at least from our practice, we know that teachers really are sometimes afraid to raise these discussions in school. They don't know how to deal with issues of bullying, for example, when it is related to some discrimination. There, I know that the schools are more likely to invite, for example, NGOs to come to the school and to talk to youth about these issues than to talk about it themselves. So I think it also might impact how also students feel in the school if the environment is not so welcome.
In Finland, there is also this anti-gender movement discourses presented, typically in smaller places and by the local politicians or some religiously conservative group leaders. But there's also argument against the demands of not teaching young people about sexuality, gender diversity. The national school curricula, it specifically mentions that comprehensive school, you have to give information about gender diversity for young people. So it's like general policy which demands teachers to teach gender diversity, knowledge about gender diversity in schools, and also this anti-discrimination legislation, equality legislation demands educational institutions to advance gender equality, including trans issues and and also prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation. So basically the legislation and the curricula documents are like demanding. So it's not a free choice of teachers or schools. They have to, if they want to follow the law, they have to teach about these things. And most parents are happy that these things are thought about in Finland, but there are this minority who are resisting.
Yes, regarding this minority, regarding what was shown in your survey about the divide between urban and rural areas and attitudes towards gender issues, could you try to explain to me how big cities who are made up from the people who came to big cities from small places were more tolerant than small places? Since the same people came from small places to big city and somehow they transformed. And will this rural-urban divide will stay for us forever?
Well, who don't want to live in the homo and transphobic place, which are more likely to be a rural area, not all rural areas, there's a big diversity, but in statistical level speaking, it's women who support LGBTI rights or don't want to have a homo-transphobic husband or friends, and it's LGBTI people. So it's already almost majority of young people who are thinking whether to move out of places where there's negative culture. So I think for small towns and villages, if they want to keep people there, it would be beneficial for them to change the culture, inclusive.
In order to retain the people inside, but not to let them go. Yeah, another question to all of you. We all, at least we Lithuania would like to regard ourselves not as a Central European, but as a Nordic country. You are Nordic countries. So do you think there are some special Nordic character traits or values which make us more positive towards tolerance and inclusion, or indifferent towards that, or anything else you would like to add to this my statement or to oppose it?
I think we're still like in transition phase, you know, between the Soviet past and all the conservative phobic attitudes, and between the Western or Nordic, I don't know which one is better.
Nordic.
Okay, between the Nordic perceptions, and I don't know how much time will it take to change. But I'm a positive person. I believe in positive changes, even though I want to close my eyes on what happens in some Western countries in US, and because it's all impacts other countries, it impacts what politicians put on their agenda, because also political landscape is something that very much affects also the general mindset. But I believe that humanity will stuck onto human rights values also, and advance the diversity and democracy.
Jukka, you also represent a country which has the biggest ratio of heavy metal bands per 1,000 capita of inhabitants, which is also a Nordic trait, as Swedes do, as Norwegians do, as Icelandic do. So again, about Nordic.
Okay, but related to that heavy metal thing, there's a Helsinki Pride in the last week of June. At the same time is Tuska Festival. It's a heavy metal festival, and there's many heavy metal fans and LGBTI people who are joining both. So if you happen to be a combination of those two, it's a perfect time to visit Helsinki. But related to your question, I would like to remind that quite often Nordic countries, and in my mind I quite often think like Scandinavian countries plus Finland as Nordic countries, but I would like to include Baltics as well.
We would like as well you to include us.
But the Nordic countries quite often want to also represent themselves as human rights advocates and most liberal place in the world or most advanced societies or whatever. And if you study a bit more carefully what's under that rhetoric, there are still a lot to be changed into better.
Yeah, as everywhere.
I don't know if you remember this very modest erotic movie called Emmanuel. Maybe older people remember. And in Estonia, during the Soviet time, we could actually watch Finnish TV. At least people who lived in Tallinn or in the perimeter of 50 kilometers and so. So I remember my parents, only if it was a good weather, because we did not live in Tallinn, we watched this erotic movie. Yeah, sorry, not familiar with the vocabulary. And I remember them watching this, all the neighbors watching this, all the friends talking about this. And the other event thing they watched on Finnish TV was Miss Universe. You know, almost naked women in the context of Soviet Union. So we've been always exposed to what is happening in Finland. You know, their values, their TV shows, their movies. So I think we were ahead of other countries because of that when it comes to some sort of human rights values or diversity and inclusion topics. And yeah, and porn is, you know, part of that. And because I don't know if you know, in Soviet Union there was no sex. This is no joke, this was official policy. So I think maybe that's why Estonians feel as Nordic sometimes, is that, you know, Finland has always played such a huge role in our culture and in our everyday life. But regarding other countries, of course, I mean, so many projects that have happened in Estonia during the last 20 years have been sponsored or financed by Iceland, Norway, Denmark, Sweden heavily, or their banks or their companies. So it has been great influence to our country, and we have followed it. You know, like they seem like smarter brother or sister because they know more. They were born into this free world before us. And just one more thing, I think money also plays a lot of role. That's why I mentioned the funding, especially when it comes to civil society. We just like a couple of weeks ago, for example, we published a card game about pride flags. So like the Norwegian and Icelandic governments funded this. We would never do it ourselves because we don't have the funding, or our government would not fund this kind of pride flags card game to youth centers.
Thank you. And as we are running out of time, I would like to conclude it by saying that during this discussion, we came a really wide circle, starting with the Finnish youth survey and finishing with Emmanuel Cristel and his role in, with Silvia Cristel and his role in Emmanuel and its role in liberating Estonian mind. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, now again, these chairs go out from the stage for the last time, and we have two speeches left. And I'd like to give the floor to Monica and connecting the dots.
Project called Connecting the Dots, which creates a pathway to inclusive workplaces and new opportunities to vulnerable youth. But before that, I would like to provide you with a little bit of a context regarding our diversity, equity, and inclusion situation, and give you a little bit of a diversity, equity, and inclusion exercise. So, a superpower with $1 trillion debt loses its pristine credit rating after 100 years. a major fintech with substantial Lithuanian operations gets slapped with 3.5 million fine for its insufficient AML implementation. One Lithuanian unicorn faces 2.4 million in GDPR penalties. And GDPR, or privacy, in a sense, is a human rights question. So can you guess what all of these entities have in common? No? They won't show up to Pride tomorrow. Coincidence, karma, take your pick. But, you know, each of us can have our own conclusions, but I think it all boils down to compliance, and it all boils down that social responsibility requires compliance. Yet it can follow up with nice, well-crafted few words in your ESG report, but then again, it could follow up with something as big as supporting the largest LGBTIQ advocacy platform. And you heard many times during these presentations about the impact of Baltic Pride and what it entails. Okay, so some of them may start their own redemption arc, but in this situation, I cannot be more thankful, I cannot be more inspired by people and entities and organizations that will choose to show up tomorrow and stand along LGBTIQ community. Now, that aside, Lithuania did achieve several constitutional breakthroughs quite recently. In December 2024, anti-gay propaganda provision was finally demolished. I could not think of a better Christmas gift myself. And also, more recently, the absence of partnership was ruled unconstitutional. So now it is the prime time for our legislator to finally act. Yet still human rights activism doesn't allow any comfort zones. It demands courage, because only courage, only boldness creates substantial change. In the challenging 90s, it took few families, few Lithuanian same-sex couples to actually bring LGBTIQ topic out of the deep underground. They are here today, so a round of applause. And tomorrow, thousands of organizations and people will march tomorrow to support equality, to support human rights. Thousands of people who are, at very least, are not threatened by the very concept of equality. While authoritarian regimes continue to take momentum and weaponize LGBTIQ discrimination across the globe, I am confident Lithuania is on the right track and on the right path. But let's be honest about the everyday issues. Lithuanian LGBTIQ youth faces marginalization, face persistent discrimination and bullying, resulting in school dropouts, diminished self-esteem, workplace harassment fears, and systematic exclusion among many other things. Every Strasbourg decision remains unimplemented, every Strasbourg decision that concerns LGBTIQ human rights, and under Council of Europe's supervision. Moreover, more cases concerning LGBTIQ rights emerged in Lithuania. Legal victories do create hope, but strategic partnerships between employers and vulnerable communities transform these victories in a lived equality. There is why we have this Connecting the Dots project, and that is why it needs to enter into picture. Our mission is very clear. We seek to empower vulnerable LGBTIQ community members by providing comprehensive career development strategies, support, soft skills training, professional career counseling, and internship placements, together with inclusive businesses. Our primary objective is to develop adequate support structures for LGBTIQ youth in Lithuania, facilitating their inclusion into workplaces where we feel seen, safe, and valued. So these are some of the quantitative indicators of our targets. 120 employees, needs supported, 40% minimum employment placement, 60 professional training participants, about 40 engaged companies, and 20 internships created. Here's the exciting reality. We have right now, currently, we have over 15 talented individuals that are ready, that are motivated, and who have unlimited potential for growth. And I'm sure we will find a perfect match, creating opportunities both for them and inclusive employers. Constitutional victories, they provide opportunities, and there is no room right now to waste judicial courage or activism efforts. It is time to connect the dots and contribute to equal opportunities for all.
Thank you very much. And as a person working in the communication industry, I have one suggestion to you. If you want to make more favorite impression, even those who are opposed to your goals, you always should say, I'm from LGBTIQ community. They adore this. So now we have arrived to the final session. I would like to invite Arvidas from Moody's Lietuva for a very final words of our conference.
So hello everybody. Hello Vladimir, hello Eduard, hello Lithuanian Gay League. First of all, I wanted to start by thanking LGL for having included me in this incredible conference. So happy to be here, not only on behalf of me personally, but also on behalf of the Moody's team. Gosh, it's a little more difficult than I thought, and more difficult than it was yesterday on the sofa when I was rehearsing in front of my cat. So bear with me. Not only that I'm here to represent myself as a member of the LGBTQI+ community, but I'm also representing myself as a professional who is part of the Moody's Corporation in Lithuania. And I have been part of the team for the past almost 6 years. As a matter of fact, it is going to be my 6th Moody's anniversary in July, so just around the corner. This is my 4th Pride as part of Moody's, this not only 6 years has been that I've been part of my current employer, but it's also the amount of years that it took me to get somewhat comfortable and somewhat ready to talk about the topic like this, to talk about a topic which is super sensitive and personal at a public event like that. And as I was preparing for the event, I was raising a question to myself of why I'm here. Like, I don't want to just stand on this stage and deliver another keynote. I want it to be somewhat influential and impactful to someone who is probably, like going through something difficult in their life right now. And I feel like my personal story, which correlates very significantly with my professional story, is also very relevant to the broader context of the LGBTQI+ inclusion in Lithuania. And to date, I don't believe that we can witness a lot of public declarations of real-life Lithuanian citizens, members of the LGBTQI+ community, which I think and hope should change sooner rather than later. And then here is my story as I know it, as I remember it, and as I wanted to present it to all of you. I guess it makes sense to start with the phase so-called the early years. I have been in the corporate working environment for the past 18 years, mainly working in the sphere of the so-called shared services, the global business services in Lithuania in various roles and various companies. And believe it or not, but for some reason, my LGBTQI+ identity is not really something that I remember very vividly or actively of those 18 years. And when I think about my professional journey, this is not something that I prioritize as one of the forming elements to it. And just very, very recently, I think I started sort of realizing that I'm not sure if I'm okay with that. And I'm not sure if that is an okay setup for anyone, actually, who are part of the society. I probably could speak hours and hours about the successful work-related challenges and the projects that I did and the business trips that I took and also the teams that I helped set up for my previous companies or the current company, but never have I spoken of how I felt when doing that and how I felt with identifying myself as someone as part of those companies. And now that I look back, I understand and accept as well that it must have taken an immense amount of energy as well as even mental limitation to come to work every day for those many years that I've mentioned and simply not to be yourself and simply try to blend in with what everyone else was saying or sharing. And this comes from the fact that you simply don't feel safe in an environment where you don't see allyship going on, as well as many open LGBTQI+ stories happening. So I felt like it was super normal and super okay to blend in with whatever else was saying and with whatever weekend plans everyone had and with whoever. However, it even didn't seem a big deal back then when all of this was taking place because it was simply not a thing. Like you don't raise these questions at an early stage like this. Yeah, basically all that mattered was to blend in. And then I'm moving on to the phase that I tend to call the turning point, which happened maybe 6 to 7 years ago, when I remember myself starting raising questions of whether that was what I deserved and whether that was what I wanted for myself in life. I believe this mostly happened because the topic of inclusion and the topic of self-acceptance became more and more publicly discussed, as well as not only in the society, but also in the workplaces. I'm really happy that I actually allowed these thoughts and considerations to reach the part of me that makes the decisions of how you want to live further, like how do you want your life to look like in the future. And what I remember very vividly is that this would not have been possible without a supporting environment, an environment so-called supporting mechanism. It's an environment where heterosexual colleagues or managers or friends or just your social circle openly share their acceptance and tolerance to the Pride community. In prior years, I think that I undervalued this a lot. And even speaking of things like the Pride lanyards that we all wear at work, the little flags everywhere in the office, as well as little stickers here and there. Those things, although they don't sound a lot, but they mean a lot to someone who is going through self-acceptance phase in their life. So what also means the world is supportive management, which not only wants you to show up at work and be yourself, but also encourages that and try to communicate to you in a way that it's actually all okay with us. It's not even a big deal, to be honest. And with time, I started feeling more and more comfortable bringing up terms like me and my boyfriend, me and my partner, or even delving into the conversations which were related to the same-sex couples in Lithuania, which seemed something absolutely impossible just several years ago. And right now, it doesn't even seem like a big deal, to be honest. But back then, it meant the world to be able to do that. And I'm talking about this mainly because I want this to sound impactful and inspirational to someone who might be going through something what I went through. And then here we are today, in the phase which I like to call leading with pride today. And let me just begin by saying that I genuinely believe that I wouldn't have had the opportunities that I have now or the career growth that I have undergone so far without being honest to myself or of who I was, as well as being open about my identity with my working environment, my managers, my colleagues, my direct reports. So I strongly believe that it is impossible to have enough energy to come to work every day and to pretend to be someone else, and at the same time do your job very well as to thrive for career opportunities. It's simply impossible to do that. And while the journey of self-acceptance is long, it takes a lot of courage, it's tough, and it's not fun at all. I wish people thought more about how much easier and rewarding it becomes when you don't have to bring your so heavy masks to work. What I also want to stress and point out is that the inclusion and acceptance works absolutely with any group of people. And it would be nice if people remember that not everyone is like us, and it works the both ways. I believe that it should not be hard to remember that there are not only guys when you're talking to your team, but also there are ladies. So what about using everyone instead, or hello team? Or not everyone are ladies or gentlemen when you do the opening remarks of your team meeting, but also the people in between, whether some of our society members might like it or not. And then, unfortunately, I also have to acknowledge that what they say about the marginalized groups of people not bringing 100% of their work energy to work, if they can't be themselves, is absolutely true. So we need to think about it. It's also true that you don't really want to spend time in helping someone to become a better professional if that other person openly says that, I believe we spend too much money on the Pride community. You just, as a human being, you don't want to have a lot in common with that person at work. As well as you don't want to invest your work time in training to become a better professional, someone who openly says that I don't think that Lithuania is ready for the same-sex couples' marriages, and many, many other similar examples. And what I'm saying by this is that the words and the language do matter big time, and they are indeed forming our working environment, not less than the tangible work items and the projects that we're so proud of. And then we're in the ongoing journey right now. I can't stress enough how much I would like for as many queer people as possible to be authentic selves with accepting personal and working environments. However, at the same time, I also understand that it's not always equally possible for everyone to do that. Some people have very tough and complicated personal surroundings and circumstances, as well as others might not be in the most inclusive workplaces yet. And therefore, I wanted to close my speech by calling for allyship to be a norm rather than an exception. And queer people at work are looking for strong allies and someone who can help them create inclusive environments. It doesn't really hurt to declare openly that you, as a senior manager or as an HR representative or as a direct manager of a team, are an ally. And whatever happens, you are there and you stand for everyone. So Thank you very much, and happy Pride, Lithuania.
Thank you very much, Arvidas, for your inspiring insights and recollection of your own life. And this was the final speech at our conference. I'd like to remind that there is still a memorandum brought to us by Taj to be waiting to be signed. That's one thing. Now I think a short break for networking, and then we will have some short movies to be screened for your pleasure and discussion. And once again, thank you very much. It was lovely being with you. Thank you very much to our sign language interpreter team. And happy Pride Month and happy March tomorrow.